Hello, everyone. Looks like we are live yet again. Welcome back to our TerrafirmaGreg playthrough. We'll get a few minutes for viewers to start showing up. Like I've mentioned before, I gotta get an intro for this so that we can play that while the stream's starting. But in the meantime, I do have this cat that's joined me today. Hello, kitty. Okay, I think last time we left off, we were working on a lot of stuff with higher tier steel production. Today, I'm going to see if I can get to red steel and blue steel. And, yeah, but first things first, we're gonna have to make some food. So let's go check out what we have. Okay, we need fruits and protein are our big things. Um, I don't think I have any fruits on hand, but protein I have far too much of. Speaking of which, this soy mixture can be put out or put out to dry while we wait. Hi there, little baby. I've got a cat here with me, so she's going to demand a little bit of attention while I get started. So I'm going to be trying to do stuff with one hand while I pet this cat with the other. Okay, so I'm pretty sure tofu can be used as a soup pot ingredient. Yes, it can. Since we need so much protein, let's get us 2 bowls of tofu soup going. Here, little baby. My cat, I've mentioned before, but sometimes she doesn't like coming into this room too often before I start my streams. Uh, she tends to be very preoccupied with laying in the sun in the common area. So, but today she has decided to join me and is getting her little pets. She does this, the way it typically works for us. I don't know if she's going to sleep in her bed or not because it is rather warm right now. So we'll see where she ends up sleeping, but typically she'll come and get some pets for a bit. She likes a little bit of attention, but it doesn't last too long before she is done and goes to sleep somewhere on my desk. She doesn't like staying in my lap for a long time, does she? I had another cat previously that passed away not too long ago who used to love sitting in my lap. But this one doesn't really like sitting in laps for long periods of time. Which is probably a good thing because I think if she stayed in my lap too long, she'd probably find an excuse to bite me. Isn't that right? She's a little sensitive. So too much stimulation and she starts to bite things. And typically that means me. Boy, a full round of soup. I should probably wait until my character gets about that hungry to eat anyways, because with a full round of soup, the good thing about the soup is that it gives a lot of saturation. So we go a lot longer without having to eat. How much did that put up our... Oh, that filled up our protein needs. So we didn't necessarily have to make 2 bowls of tofu, but didn't be neither here nor there. Who's a good little baby? It's not you. You're a mean little baby. But she tries. He's I mentioned before, this cat, she is very mean, but it's not necessarily on purpose. She just gets overstimulated. It's not her fault. Your fault, is it? It's not your fault you grew up on the streets. I think. Why are you licking me? Yeah. I love this cat, but I make jokes about uh I make jokes about how she's not a good kitty. She's not like, and by good I mean like she doesn't follow rules. She doesn't do what, people would say a good kitty does. That's not to say that, she's like morally bad or something. Obviously she's a cat, but she is not very well mannered, not very well behaved. Yeah, you hear me talking about you? She's swishing her tail back and forth. I think she got overstimulated. Okay, I should get, oh yes, more soybean seeds. Oh, sweet. That was like 5 things of soybeans, and I think I got like, I got 15 seeds off of that. So that's good. Oh, you gonna sleep in your bed? Like I said, it got a lot warmer recently. It's been pretty warm here, so um I'm not sure how long she'll stay in that heated bed of hers. I don't know if I should turn it off or not. I'll see. We'll see how long she stays in that, and if she tries to move somewhere else, maybe I'll turn it off. I need to... There's some stuff I need to do with this cat. Poor little baby has been going outside of the litter box recently, and I think it's because um it's because of the other cat that I have. And if that cat goes to the box first, then this cat won't. So I'm trying to think of some things to do to help fix that problem. I could get another litter box, but we've got one of those litter robots. They're expensive, but pretty worth it because you don't have to like actually scoop everything down here. You don't actually have to scoop the litter. It does still require like work. Like you have to keep up with it to make sure that it's cycling properly and maintains proper levels of everything. I need to go collect some silver, so I'll do that while I'm talking. But you need to make sure it like maintains the proper litter. So like it still requires work to like have it function properly, but the work is more of like general like small things you have to do to maintain the litter box, as opposed to having to scoop constantly. And I'll take it, but the dang thing was expensive. I think the thing retails for close to like $700. And, I got the one, and I always kind of knew this could end up being the case. Like, I would have to get another one if I got one. So, I don't know. I don't know if I have... I have the spare funds. I think I could sacrifice the funds to get a second one, and it probably would make my life a lot easier, but um, it's hard giving up that amount of money. But I think I need a second one because despite the fact that the marketing for the device says that it works for multiple cats, and I'm sure it probably does, but this cat here is very picky when it comes to other cats. And so I think a big portion of the reason why she's been going outside the box recently has been because she doesn't like other cats a huge amount, and when she smells that the other cat has used the box, she decides that she cannot use that box now. So I am thinking about temporary solutions, getting some of like those puppy pads and putting them outside around the box for the times when she feels like she can't go. So at least there's an alternative, or at least it's easier to clean up, but I don't want to rely on that. I also don't want to like encourage her going outside the box as well. But like, I don't know, cats are kind of interesting in that they will almost always prefer litter boxes if all the other conditions are met. Like if you've got a clean litter box, the cat will go for the litter box as opposed to like elsewhere, unless there's something else wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I'm clearing out some of the grass here if that wasn't obvious. I'm trying to do a little bit of yard work. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with the litter robot. Otherwise, except for the software on that thing, for some reason it keeps like disconnecting from the network, which means it can't send me notifications about things that it does. But all that really means is I just have to keep a better eye on it myself. Like personally, I have to go and check it, and it doesn't automatically tell me things. But it's honestly a small price to pay over the hassle of reconnecting the thing. It's one of those things where like it's really annoying. Like I feel like that whole Internet of Things idea with the everything being connected to like Bluetooth and everything. I feel like it's a really it like is could be good, right? Like it's something that would be really cool if it just worked better, because like I've had this issue. The issue with a lot of those things like that work off of Bluetooth is first of all, they have issues just connecting to the system and staying connected in general, but then you need like a separate app for every single one of them, and it can get overwhelming. I'm willing to make that sacrifice when it comes to a device like this, like the litter robot, because uh, not only does the app like, well, theoretically, I really should reconnect it, because the another thing, like the reason why I went with the litter robot in general is because being able to keep track of how many times your cat uses the bathroom is pretty important for keeping track of their health. So I really like I got it mostly um as like also a health thing. I have some supports. Okay. That way like if I suspect that something's wrong, I can look into their bathroom habits and see if there could be some kind of indicator of something. Uh but I think we're good. So it's been pretty useful in that regard. And I don't know, it's pretty easy. It's relatively easy to maintain, so I do like it overall. I just wish it worked better for my cats. And I think it's like it's another one of those things where it's like mostly because like my cat in particular is very picky about things. And if I had a different cat, maybe they wouldn't be as picky and it would work out a lot better. Especially if I had cats that were like maybe raised on one of those things. Or I really should lower this mine a level because there's nothing in this rhyolite. Okay, I think I'll do that. I'll clear out this section and then I'll look into lowering it a bit more. But I don't know. It's one of those things where like I'm complaining about it, but I do also have uh I have enough disposable money at the moment to solve my problems by just buying a second one, which is a pretty good position to be in overall. So I guess I can't complain too much. Okay, silver ore. The issue with this place is all the dang lead. I don't want to start because this Helena ore is also a lead bearing ore. All right, let's dig down a little bit into this granite. Silver. I just need enough silver to make some. I don't really even need that much silver. I only need like 5 things of silver because all I really want to do is um what was it I was wanting to do? I want to make enough blue steel to get the the 2 double ingots just so that I can like have that quest complete. Okay. Okay, let's put another thing here. Yes. But other than that, um, another excited thing that's been going on recently is I got the second book in that series that I was talking about previously. This one's called Heavenly Tyrant, and it picks up right after the last book, and it's been pretty good. We have a resurrected emperor from 200 years ago. Not actually resurrected. He kind of like froze himself, kind of. Uh, there's a little bit of magic involved in it, but yeah, he basically like froze himself, and our main character releases him from his stasis to to use his power to help her because she really needed it. It was a really bad time for her, and she really needed that extra boost in power. It is a good title, yeah. Um, but yeah, our main character, um, she released the Emperor from. So this guy's like a legend from the past, like really hyped up, like the most powerful person that ever existed to pilot the chrysalises, those giant mech robots that that they have in this series. I have 6 pieces of silver. That should be enough for now. Um, I think probably. I just need to make sterling silver. And so this guy's like the stuff of legend, like took over and united the provinces and all that good stuff. And our main character releases him, and it turns out he was like super communist. Like they call it something different in this. They call it like laborists. That was the name of their movement for it, but like he's very like pro workers' rights and everything. It's like the story gets kind of like revealed that he was the son of a prostitute who, and because of that, like obviously he was like very looked down upon by society, and he ended up like taking over and like inciting a workers rebellion and everything. But when he had to freeze himself, a lot of the empire that he built kind of fell apart, and they left out all of his like laborist tendencies out of the history books. Like um they completely like erased any part of his like actual philosophy and ideology that he fought for his empire. And it's cool because it makes it so that it aligns a lot closer with our main character, what they want, than what we were kind of expecting. And I think that's like part of the book. Like part of the point of the book is like it's about how like these historical figures, we don't always like, we only view them through the lens of history. We don't actually like get to know them as people. And our main character is very like her whole like main thing is women's rights, of course, because she grows up in a time where foot binding is still a common practice, and like she has bound feet from that practice. So she's very much wanting to like tear down the current systems in her society to fight for better rights for women and equality and everything. And the emperor isn't like, he's not like necessarily, he still has like some old ideas about some stuff, and so he's not like, they're not 100% aligned with their goals, but they're aligned enough that they can work together. And it's it has a very interesting dynamic between the two of them. Okay, we need to make sterling silver. Oh heck, I need 60. Well, I do have 6 pieces of crushed ore. So I guess that's exactly what I needed. But yeah, it's been a pretty good book so far. I'm I'm already close to like I'm close to being halfway through with it already. It has what 400 pages and I'm on somewhere around 150. I haven't even gotten that much time to read the book, but it's one of those this author does a very good job with like keeping the chapters interesting. Man, this author for the most part, there's sometimes when it, obviously can't keep up the action throughout the entirety of the book, but there are times when there are a lot of times when like the chapter ends and it's one of those ones where the author's really good at ending it so that you want to keep reading. So it's been really fun. And it's been really it's just a good book all around. I know there was a lot of I remember hearing about a lot of criticism that people had for it. Reading way through House of Leaves. I don't think I've heard of that book, but that's not too surprising considering there are a lot of books out there. I could list off tons of books, but um, what genre is it? Because this one I'm reading, it's like a fantasy sci-fi. I guess like the thing is, it's always really interesting getting into discussions about genre for books because um, they like because I like fantasy novels, but there's like sci-fi is fantasy as well as it's also not what people mean when they mean fantasy. So, but I don't know. People get pedantic about genres a lot, I think. But you have to tell me about that one because I haven't heard about that. Though I swear I saw that series at the bookstore. I'm pretty sure I remember looking through some of the sections and there was like a lot of those like House of Something type books or series like that. Okay, let's see. More sterling silver. Actually, I guess this is the first sterling silver I've made. Yeah, with this sterling silver, I think this will be more than enough to make the blue steel we need for the 14 ingots. Mystery thriller book was an essay by a guy who gets obsessed with the guy and the house the essay is about. Interesting. Yeah, I would have guessed mystery thriller from the title alone, although something named House of Leaves could have also been one of those what are those like fantasy the political intrigue fantasies have names like those a lot. That sounds pretty cool. Uh Commented by the guy who gets obsessed with the guy in the house the essay is about. That's very interesting. It does sound like a pretty good premise for the book. Did I? Yeah, I think I. There we go. Yeah, you'll have to tell me more if you want to. But the I really like how I love how many books exist. It's really crazy like when you think about it as like forms of entertainment go. I you can also get this with like other visual media and stuff. Like people I feel like people don't realize how many movies exist as well because we only really talk about the big like blockbuster movies, and I think that's why like books get kind of ignored so much cuz like nobody ever really talks about books anymore. And so people kind of forget that there's just so many books out there. I've been I got some messages. They're not important though. I got an email about voting, but it was like voting in something that I'm not even a part of. It's not like municipal voting or anything or like political voting. It's voting for something else. But I'm not a part of that. It was from an old job. Let's see. As the book gets more and more into strange geometry of house, the way the words are laid out and the pages start to shift along with it. That sounds super cool. I love when books do interesting stuff with their medium. I heard a story a while back about this one person. It was like a short, or not, maybe not a short, but it was like something that somebody published on like one of those like websites like AO3 or something. But it was like an original work, and they had it where it was like a story where the person the what was it? It was a story about like I think it was a man who like his wife had passed away recently, and it was like him trying to deal with the grief of her passing, and the author did something really interesting where there was like extra like blank space in the because like I said it was on a web page, and there was extra blank space in between like sections, like it was very weirdly spaced, and so upon first reading you might just be like, oh, this is just like odd spacing, like I don't get why the author did this. But it turns out that what they had done is they had written extra text in white so that the web page, we wouldn't be able to see it because the web page's background was also white. So you couldn't see those words unless you highlighted them on the web page. And those extra words, that extra stuff was dialogue from the deceased wife who was still around as a ghost, trying to talk to the main character, but being unable to because he can't hear her. Which is like a really cool way of doing things. So I love it when people like uh do extra and like creative things with their medium. Yeah, I don't remember anything about like the name of it or anything because I only read about it on like a blog post or something or like some post on social media. But yeah, it's a really interesting way of doing stuff. Yeah. Um it's it's really cool. I think there was also another I think there's one that was like a more famous example of like some like eldritch horror type writing where the main character was like slowly going more and more insane, and like the way the book was written started getting more like I remember hearing about this book, and it had like there would just be whole chapters that were just a single word repeated over and over again. Yeah, I think that's like one of the things that a lot of people don't think about when they talk about when we talk about literature. They don't think about like the creative ways you can like use the medium itself. Um because like I think literature is very often viewed as just the is very often viewed as just the words, and not like the setting and the context in which the words are placed out. Although I will admit, I don't think I recognize that word, ergodic. I don't know the definition of that word, but I'm inferring from context clues what that means. But let's see. What am I doing here? Got I've got bees. I've got lots of bees. Crop affinity 9B. Let's see. We're going to remove crop affinity 9B. I can scrape the beehive frames without removing the frames so the bees don't get angry. But yeah, I love literature in general. I think I've definitely been like I used to read a lot more in the past, and I've been wanting to get back into reading again. Mostly because it gives me something to do that isn't Any type of literature is read in a non-traditional way. Okay, good. That was what I was inferring from the word, but I didn't want to like infer too much without actually knowing the word. I've never encountered that one before. Um, yeah, it's um, it's really cool when people do stuff like that with their works. But yeah, I've been wanting to do more. I've been kind of just wandering around my base a little bit. Oh, yeah, that's a good example because that's I feel like that's something everybody uh understands as well. Yeah, I've read a couple choose your own adventure books in the past. They're interesting for sure. All right, what am I doing? Liquid red steel. Liquid red steel. Okay. So I need um 50% black steel. We're gonna have to go get more iron, aren't we? Black steel's already difficult enough to make. Uh, what even is half this? Oh, I have steel. I have I have a lot of metal. Why can't I pick you up? Oh, because I was shift clicking. What did I am I do? What am I doing right now? I think I need I need more black steel. I need 14 ingots of red steel in order to make the anvil so that I can start working red steel. I want to get red steel tools because I want to have access to those. They're high quality. Actually, let me check. Um Steel. So let's look up steel pickaxe. Red steel is 1511 and black steel, ooh, so it is like double the durability of black steel. So it would definitely be worth getting. Visual novels and interactive fiction types of yeah, I definitely think that that's true. I especially with visual novels, I think that like not only are visual novels like overlooked, I think they're often like looked down upon as being like because in all fairness, there's a lot of really like weird visual novels out there, and they really do follow some weird stuff every once in a while. But I have seen I personally enjoy visual novels. I try to find ones that aren't as weird, but I've definitely read some really good or played through. I guess it's kind of hard to like. Do you read them or do you play them? Uh, but I've read some really good ones before, and I think it's really nice um the way that they work. Like I had okay, there was one I can talk about this one. Yeah, actually that's a good segue into things. So maybe I just make a bunch of black steel. Hold on. Let me look up how to make black steel again. Um so there was a game that got released on the Switch, and it was called Kotodama. Okay, I'm gonna make this would be easiest if I can just make 10 at a time for now. Yeah, we'll do 10 at a time. So that means I can get 5 steel ingots. And oh wait, no, 10 doesn't divide evenly by 4. So let's do or not by 4. Yeah, I need something divisible by 4. Let's do 6, and then I can do 3 and and 3. Okay, now I have a plan. Anyways, it was a game on the Switch called Kotodama, and the main reason I picked up this game, it was a visual novel, and the main reason I picked up this game was because I saw it on the Switch store. It was on sale. It was like super cheap too. It was like maybe $2. And this was a long time ago when this video game got like released onto Switch. And I remember looking at it and being like, there's there's no way that this kind of game actually exists on the Switch, right? Because this was when they were first starting to like allow third party stuff on the Switch. And this game, from all intents and purposes, I'm not really lying when I say this. This game was kind of looked like the Honey Pop games. Just because like the game that you use is um the mini game that you use to like find out about stuff is basically like the Honey Pop, the game that they use in that one, which I'll be honest with you, I can't remember off the top of my head what that even was, but it looked like a Honey Pop game, and I was like, there's no way that this is something that Nintendo allowed to be released on the Switch. There's no way. Which is, a really silly statement, uh, considering the stuff that gets allowed on the Switch nowadays. There's definitely some stuff that is much worse than this game that is now like currently on the Switch. But that's a topic for a different day. Um, but I got this game called Kotodama, and it's still weird. It's still weird. It's your main character does the honey pop thing, and like you the way it's done in game is like you're like taking their clothes off, the people that you're trying to get like information from, but it's like it's explained as like a psychic thing. Like the guy has powers, and it's like a visual representation of like stripping away parts of their psyche so that you can get at like the truth. And basically you go through the honey pop mini game so that you can learn the truth about like what they actually are thinking. And we're going to ignore the fact that that part of the game is still really weird, because the story of this game was really cool. So the powers that the main character has uh, is like given to him by a demon. I'm just gonna go ahead and spoil all of this because I don't really think this game is necessarily worth like the playthrough. But the story itself is really cool. So the oops. So the main character has like made a deal with some kind of demon thing that takes the form of like this cat, and it gave him the psychic powers essentially to like delve into the hearts of people and get at the root of what they really and truly want and what's like really on their mind as well. Like that's the big thing, is like every time you use your powers, it's like it's in an instance where somebody is like saying something but they're not saying what's truly on their mind, and your powers like kind of force them to say what's on their mind, like almost like unconsciously, uh without like thinking about it. So you use it to get like extra information about like what's going on. So our main character has recently started at a new school, one of that old trope of now I've started at a new school. And so of course the main character, um I've never played Persona. I keep hearing stuff about it and it makes me think that I really should play Persona. So maybe I'll have to add that to a list of things to play at some point. Um but the main character, he does the whole like first day at school type thing where he doesn't have any friends. He's trying to like find some friends, and he ends up running into, your standard video games visual novel start where he runs into like the cast of characters. um Let me see, I don't remember the names of any of these characters, so I'm gonna have to like remember like monikers for them. He runs into Manic Pixie Dream Girl, um, who is your very standard like very over the top. And I know that like in Japanese, because this was a Japanese game, I know that in Japanese they have like specific names for these kinds of characters, but I'm just gonna go off of what I remember. So you had Manic Pixie Dream Girl, who I'm just gonna call dream girl, I guess. Um, who is, very over the top, very much like, hey, who are you? Wow, we should be friends. Let's be friends. That kind of character. There's the serious senpai character who is like, the like the older figure um who is like more no nonsense and more strict and like rule oriented. Those are the two main characters. There's a lot of other side characters, like there's your gym teacher, there's your sports guy. Uh, ooh, there's very shy girl. She's in this game. Uh, and a lot of stuff goes on with them. So you get pulled in. So Dream Girl pulls you into and I guess I'm gonna start referring to main character as you at this point because you are playing as the main character. So Dream Girl pulls you into this the occult club. Very very cliche. Um, is that Dream Girl is in the occult club, and you kind of learn a lot of different things about like different characters. All of these plot lines end up converging towards the end. So the occult club is, just going around looking at like different little occult possible occult activity that's happening at the school, and it's pretty much always like boils down to some people are there's some kind of like other thing that's going on. It's not a cult, but people are like being secretive for some other reason. Like you find out that like, and this is like weird too. Like, and this does get explained later on. I promise this is like there's reason given for this later on. But you find out that like Shy Girl, not only so Shy Girl she's like a musician, like a classical musician, like plays the piano and stuff. And but we also find out later that Shy Girl is the daughter of an extremely famous classical musician, uh, who is extremely strict on her. And she does. I don't know how much to talk about with this game because you know what? I am starting to remember that like some of this game is a little bit higher rated than you would think from a Nintendo title. Shy Girl does like takes her emotions out on animals that she finds in the forest. It's very shocking. Um, but we find out like a lot of it's because of like her very strict mother. So you get like things like that. We have Shy Girl does like whatever that is. Um, the athletic guy is like he's like doing performance enhancing drugs like in order to perform at his sports events. Uh don't remember what Senpai had going on. She had something going on with her, but I don't remember. It's not super interesting to the story. So this is stuff that you do learn like later on. I kind of jumped to the gun a little bit on that. But the thing is, um you find out that Dream Girl, Manic Pixie Dream Girl, she had a friend that passed away recently. The story is that her friend took her own life. I guess trigger warning. Her friend, but it's not. So I'll let you in on the secret. It's not that she doesn't actually end up. That's not actually the story's like much more complicated than that. But that's the story is that she like jumped off of the school, um, the top of the school. But what happens is we get a little bit too close to the truth. We start learning that, hey, this doesn't make sense. This person, by all accounts, like we track down her boyfriend from before the incident, and we find out that like, hey, this doesn't make sense. That we're starting to believe this person probably didn't like jump. Like something else must have happened. And that's when we get too close to the truth, that's when we're on like the roof. It's like a memorial for that person, And when we've gotten a little bit too close to the truth, that's when Manic Pixie Dream Girl pushes us off of the building. She shoves you off of the top of the building, and the main character just dies. But here's the thing: the main character comes back. You waken again at the first day that you went to the school, and the demon that you made a deal with to get your powers explains that, like, hey, this isn't how this is supposed to end. I'm not done with you yet. Yeah, I know, right? It was like a crazy reveal. Like, it really was the most insane thing when that happened, because like the game kind of builds you up to it, like understanding that Dream Girl isn't really all she says she is, and that like this like story is definitely much more complicated than we had been led to believe. But I wasn't expecting her to just straight up kill us. Uh so so now, because that demon we made a deal with is telling us, hey, you're not done here, I'm not done with you. You need to do some you need to like change it, change how things are. You need to figure out what's going on here, because that's what I want. So the demon is basically like giving us another shot to uncover the truth of this situation. And what our main character does at the as soon as this happens is he's running around, and he's like, he's acting weird, obviously, from like other people's perspective, because he's running around like people are trying to like introduce themselves to the new student, and he's all like, I already know all of you, I know your exact schedules and who you are and everything about you. And so Manic Pixie Dream Girl like decides to just straight up kills him again. Like straight up. I don't remember what she does. I think she like pushes him down the stairs or something. And we die again immediately. And from that point on, we're kind of like, okay, we need to be careful, because apparently this girl is bloodthirsty, and the second we hint at like potentially finding out what she did, she just offs us. So the rest of the game is you continuing to try and figure out what had happened, what happened at the school, because I think at this point we kind of like it's pretty safe to assume that Pixie Dream Girl probably is the one who killed that person, who was so like, I think I forgot to mention, but like this was like Pixie Girl's like best friend that died. Like they were like inseparable, like like just tied at the hip or some or whatever. And so we got to figure out like what the heck happened. What was it that like caused all this? And we start like uncovering a whole bunch of stuff. Like we uncover like everybody has like bad things going on. I mean, I already talked about like what the quiet girl does. And like I said, we find out that the sports kid is taking performance enhancing drugs, and that's bad. Um but we also find out like Senpai, I think, the leader of the occult club, was, I think she was like she was in a relationship with someone, and her thing was definitely not nearly as bad as some of the other students or some of the other people, but like she was like very mean to her partner in her relationship or something, just like very demanding and mean to them, and it caused them to like get to break up eventually. So we're tracking all of this stuff, and a common thread starts to appear. um I haven't mentioned this character, but her name her she we're just going to call her teacher, because she's the only like normal teacher you talk to. There's like teacher, and then there's like sports coach, the gym teacher. um so the teacher, it all starts going back to her. It all starts leading back, because we find out all these people, their problems started when they went to the teacher for counseling, because for some reason, I guess this normal teacher is allowed to also be a counselor for the students. Um, which I guess sure, but students have been going to the teacher for counseling, and a lot of it's been like grief counseling, because I mean, like, in the eyes of like everybody else, um that there was a student that like, um that student jumped off of the top of the school. Like that's what people think happened. They don't realize it was like a murder. Um, so people are obviously like, pretty upset about that. So they're receiving grief counseling for the teacher or from that teacher. And as we dig further and further, we find out not only are they getting like counseling from this teacher, like they're going to talk to her, she's handing out pills to them. They're getting um some sort of medication that is to help with like anxiety and stuff, or like help with their grief and all that stuff. This teacher's just handing out medicine to children, right? That's already kind of like that's a little bit of a red flag there to start with. um but we find out um that this medication is probably what's causing the problems. Like this stuff is also what is being given to the sports kid. This is the performance enhancing drugs that he's doing are this medication that is being given out for like depression, right? And we find out it turns out that the school, okay, get this. Because this is when we find out, this is like the culmination, this is the climax of the story. The school is attached to is not only being so that we know that the school is funded by a pharmaceutical company. That's something that is kind of brought up a couple times before we get to this point. The school is funded by a pharmaceutical company. They receive a lot of funding from it. The school is also attached to one of the pharmaceutical companies, like their research labs. The school or the pharmaceutical company has a long history of testing their pharmaceutical drugs on students at the school, using the students as like guinea pigs for their pharmaceuticals. The teacher, who is like the guidance counselor, um she used to work at the lab. So this teacher was actually a pharmaceutical scientist who was developing a new drug, which was supposed to be like this super performance enhancing drug, right? This we're talking like the kind of stuff where you're like unlocking 100% of the human potential, right? That kind of thing. Like the strongest you can be, the fastest you can be, the smartest you can be, boosts all sort like every single part of the human is boosted by this performance enhancing drug. So, but the thing is it was having some dangerous side effects, right? The issue with this drug is that it was giving the benefits, right? Like it was actually super successful in what it had set out to do. It had provided all the benefits that it was implied to do, which is why the sports guy is using it to boost his own performance. But it also amplifies emotions, just the same way that it amplifies your um just the same way that it amplifies like your physical and mental attributes. It's also like amplifying your emotional attributes. So small amounts of rage boil over, or like any sort of sadness is like crushing and all that kind of stuff. And so the pharmaceutical company said this stuff is too dangerous to be like to continue these trials. So they shut down the trials. And so the teacher decided to go around behind their backs, continue her development of the drug, and was giving it out to students to test it. So she was doing all of this behind the backs of the pharmaceutical companies and behind the backs of everyone, was testing this drug on the students. And this is the explanation for a lot of the weird behavior that we had from the students. Like these students were literally being given, like this was a side effect of the medication they were being given by a teacher in order to like fight their whatever stuff they had going on with them. And there's like a big confrontation at the end where like the gym teacher uh is there helping you like confront the other teacher that was giving out the drugs. And uh there's like a scene where she just downs like a huge bunch of the pills and like has like a transformation where she like turns into some like it was like based off of like an angel almost, but like she transforms and you have to like use your powers to um in order to fight her and subdue her and like get her like arrested and everything. um but that's not where this story ends, because this story ends after a short scene. So the dream girl, we confront her about what's happened, and she may have just been like that in the first place. We find out that the reason why the dream girl, like, killed her best friend was because she it was just because she was like jealous of her. Like her best friend was like better than her at like tennis or something, and she she was just so jealous of everybody liking her more that she decided to get rid of her. And this is when the other shoe drops, because who else shows up but the demon that gave us our power? Or maybe it wasn't. I think it was a second demon. I don't remember. I think the demon. There was a demon that showed up. I kind of call these guys the same character. They're basically the same characters. We've got two demons. There was another demon that we found at some point who was like also doing things and was like it's is like tied in with ours, which is why I kind of forgot they might be separate characters. But this demon shows up at the end of this whole arc, when she like reveals what happened, like, what she did. We get the manic pixie dream girl to confess in front of everybody what she did and why she did it. And then a demon shows up, reveals that this was all a part of his plan, like he orchestrated this. And it had like some kind of thing where I don't remember the full reason. I think it was like one of those like corrupting arcs where he just wanted somebody who was like corrupted or something. And he takes the dream girl away. Like he takes her. And like the ending scene is like him flying up into the sky with the dream girl, the manic pixie dream girl, and like taking her with him. And I know that the symbolism had them like flying away into the sky, but I don't know if that's exactly how this worked out, considering he was a demon. But it was just the most wild story I have ever heard. And honestly, recounting that story makes me really question why that was allowed to be on like the Nintendo Switch. Because I'm thinking about it, I'm like, man, this definitely isn't a game that children should have access to. This is a lot of themes that um maybe little kids shouldn't be exposed to until later. But yeah, that's how that game ends. Is that it's just, I don't even know how to like really like process half of what happens at the end of that game because it's just so wild. But yeah, so turns out visual novels, even ones that are kind of a little weird, uh, can tell really compelling stories and do really interesting things. But yeah, in this whole time, I'm making more iron. I'll have to remember some of the other crazy games and stories I've read. I've definitely gone through enough media that I could probably talk at length for about quite a few things. Okay, I'm getting this iron because we need more steel, though. Well, we need pig iron. Wait, actually, do we have? There's pig iron in here. Yeah, I know. It's really cool what people can come up with. And it's really cool because like, so I was always one of the things I hear people like criticize about like media is you hear a lot of people talk about tropes. I hear people talk about tropes with disdain. Like they see something and they're like, "Oh, this thing is just it's just a did this trope." But like tropes are a thing for a reason. Like people do the same stories over and over again because like they're compelling stories. And I have always been of the opinion that it doesn't matter if you're engaging in tropes. What really matters is how you do it. I don't know why that got. Oh, if you try to post links to anything, I think that gets censored or not. Um, but like the let's see, tropes like there are good ways to do it. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's why that stuff gets censored. I know I have the setting set up to where people can't post links. Oh yeah. Yeah. I've picked up a couple things from that website before. Um I can't remember I haven't really played too many games off of that website, but I know that that's a really good website um to get games that are made by like more like indie developers. I've used it a couple times to get things like assets before though. Like 2D because I've always wanted to try my hand at like game development, and it's a really good place to pick up stuff for that too. Um, but yeah, no, it's a good place for like that more indie stuff because, like I was saying, the people people talk bad about like tropes, but if you do tropes right, it's it doesn't matter if it's a trope or not because like that whole story I told was basically just tropes. Like I referred to all the characters by like trope archetypes, but that doesn't make it a bad story. um one of my favorite examples of tropes being used in a good way is I used to like playing the StarCraft games a lot, and I played StarCraft 2, and StarCraft 2 is still probably one of my favorite campaigns for a game. At least the first one, Wings of Liberty, had a really good campaign. Later installments of the game were hit or miss, depending on. There were definitely some story beats I didn't like in the later games, but that doesn't change the fact that Wings of Liberty is a really good story, and it really is just a bunch of tropes stacked on top of each other. Because like I think that's the one like a lot of people get upset about like the knight rescues the princess trope, but like you can do that trope in a lot of different ways, and Wings of Liberty really was kind of just a knight rescues the princess trope. But they did such a good job with it. But let's see. Yeah, yeah. I need to think of more. I need to think of more media that I've consumed in the past to talk about because I've definitely I enjoy my media consumption, and I enjoy a diverse variety of media. My favorite my favorite kind of genre of media when it comes to like visual media and stuff. I really like cartoons, and I am not ashamed to admit that. Uh, I like I like good cartoons. I grew up in a time where there were some good cartoons on the TV. I let the fire go out yet again. Because like I grew up with like things like the Teen Titans, the original Teen Titans cartoon, um, Avatar: The Last Airbender, of course. Like how could you say anything bad? I mean, there's things you can say bad about Avatar: The Last Airbender, but it's really not a huge amount. Um, what else do we have? We had like they had like the Justice League cartoons were going on, the Batman cartoons. They had some really good cartoons. So I recently so I've like I've maintained my love of animated media throughout the years, and I tend to prefer cartoons, um, mostly because like they tend to avoid some of the less fun tropes in other media. Let's see. Speaking of visual novels and Knight Rescues the Princess, Slay the Princess. You know what? I have heard about that game, and I really should play that one. Oh yeah. I really should play Slay the Princess at some point because I used to be really into those kind of games. There was another one, those kind of like because if I recall correctly, Slay the Princess is one of your standard like princess Project Princess type games where you like take care of a princess. For some reason that's a very common trope. But I've always loved those kinds of games, and I've heard that Slay the Princess was really good, and I really should play that one sometime as well. This might give me we might need to start building a list of things that I need to play if I ever finish Terra Firma Greg, because I'm hoping that by the time I finish Terra Firma Greg, we can work on, not only can we work on other things, but I'll have the resources to work on other things more. Uh, but yeah, Avatar: The Last Airbender is that one's a classic. There's like you can write, and I'm sure there's been plenty of people who have, but you can write entire dissertations um on Avatar: The Last Airbender. Uh, it's a really good piece of media. There's so much like consistent good character building in Atla. Like one of my favorite things, and this is something that like people who like only take a surface level look at Atla or at media in general tend to make this mistake of people always bring up like Sokka's misogyny at the start of the series as like a point of like, I don't know. Some people just really like to be contrarian and say why a piece of media is bad actually when it's good. But like people like to point out Sokka's misogyny, which like I agree. Like he's pretty misogynistic at the start, but like the cool thing about that is it's very much a part of his core character development at the start of the series. Is him learning how to, well, just him learning that like all the stuff that he learned in his small town essentially, um how wrong that is. And the crazy thing is you hear people talk about like the stuff with Sokka's misogyny at the start, and what do I need? I'm gonna do another batch of, I'll do another batch of steel. But like when I rewatched it, I actually rewatch Atla a lot. I watch it very often. But one time I was rewatching it and I'm like, man, I had forgotten that like Sokka gets over this misogyny stuff like immediately. Like it's literally like the second or third episode is the Kyoshi Warriors, and that's where like he really starts to confront that part, the whole and it's such a good, I love Sokka as a character because I think he is extremely realistic to that kind of experience as a boy. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, it really did also show like how capable and how competent the Kyoki warriors and Suki are, especially when you consider the fact that like we're given like right at the start, because it can be hard to let's see, how do I word this? We're given right at the start an example of how normal people in this world are also incredibly capable, which I think is really important to have at the start, especially because like we're given at the start of Atla, like we're showing this like magic system and all these powers that these people have. It's so important that the Kyoshi Warriors episode is so early in the series because it highlights how strong regular people can be as well. Because like the Kyoshi Warriors, like they can, I mean they put Sokka down, but he's kind of, that's kind of like the point, is he's kind of like the punk kid from the, who's like the big shot in his village, but isn't really all that big of a deal. But like the Kyoshi Warriors could put down a lot of people. I mean, we get a confirmation of that later on in the series when they go toe to toe with Azula and her fighters, and despite the fact that like they end up ultimately losing that fight, like going up against Azula and her entourage is in and of itself a feat, you know? Um But yeah, I really like Sokka because I think he is such a great representation of what it is like being, growing up as a teenage boy. Um, like he's such a good representation of that stage of life because so much of Sokka's arc is him like learning that like all the things he's been kind of told about the way the world works aren't necessarily true, and how he doesn't he and like how he learns how to unlearn a lot of his like misconceptions and grow more as a person. And I mean, like, this happens later on in the series, but heck, I mean, Sokka gets like such a great episode when we're talking about the episode where I think it's literally called Sokka's Master, where he gets his sword, because like the coolest thing about Sokka in that episode is um, how he starts like the sword master like thinks at first that like, oh, here's another punk kid, he's just here to talk about how great he is and how he deserves to be taught by the great no, heck, this needs a chimney, doesn't it? It Hold on, I've got to figure out, can I just poke a hole here? Yeah. Okay, so he gets all this the swordmaster thinks he's just going to be another one of those overconfident guys from a small village. But because we had the earlier like Kyoshi warrior episode, and Sokka like learned that he's not as big of a deal as he thought he was originally, he gets that chance to like be like, oh, actually there's a lot that I need to learn, and I would be grateful if you would teach me. And that is such a cool moment of humility and such a huge amount of growth as a character for him, because it's a completely flipped from the start of the series, where he really kind of was that guy, right? Like he really was that kind of person who would have come in and like demanded to be taught by the great sword master. But it's actually his humility and his growth as a person that shows the sword master that he actually does deserve to be taught. It's a great show. I could literally talk for hours about all the different all the different parts of this show that I love so much. Like I mean, heck, there's so many great characters in this show. I do think Sokka is my favorite from like a literary point of view though. Like I think Sokka is such a great character because of his personal journey that he goes through in the show, and he's not even the main character. Like that's the best part about Sokka as a character. He's not even like the main character of the show. He's not even like super strong or anything in particular, but he does so much to provide for the team. And I mean, we got like every single character is just straight up like the some of the best characterizations you get. Like I love Katara's. We'll just since I'm obviously trying to find stuff to talk about while I'm working on things here, so we'll just keep talking about Avatar: The Last Airbender since I love that show so much. Oh, Toph and Zuko are both incredible characters in their own regards, and anybody who has those as their favorite character, either one is right. Um, Man, Toph is such. I'm going to talk about Toph first because there are some things about Toph. I love Zuko as well, and we'll get to him. But Toph is such a great character because she is a character. She's a an example of like good representation of certain types of character. Like because she's disabled, right? We all know this. She's blind. She's a disabled character who is still able to be one of, if not the strongest character in the group, right? Like the other characters have lots of claims to fame. I mean, Aang is the actual Avatar, so if we're talking raw strength, Aang is probably would probably win. But and Katara has like blood bending and stuff, but like Toph is like such a competent character despite her disabilities, and she's able to do so much with what she's given. And she man, she's such a good character. I love how they very much like flipped the script using her, because like you have a series that has like this whole magic system, and magic is a great equalizer, right? Because a lot of times magic doesn't care much about like physical attributes. It doesn't care what you were born with. Well, I guess magic kind of does. I mean, some people are born more than others, but whatever. I will ignore that little tidbit. Um, but like she's able to be such a strong character, and her arc of like kind of like figuring out, I like her arc a lot, because Toph's arc is really more about being vulnerable than anything else. I think because you have this character who was like put in such a position where they had to be strong. And I think that's something like we get characters like that a lot, right? You almost always have a character who is strong because they had to be. I how do I okay, just dump this out. So like and very often when you have a character that is like forced into a position where they have to like be strong, um we can have like a there's a tendency to make these characters um very much like uh it's seen as like a virtue, right? We have a tendency um to see that kind of like growth caused by suffering as being like a positive thing, right? Here's a person who was dealt a bad hand, but they through their own like ingenuity and like sheer will found ways around what has happened to them, whatever is caught was holding them back, to be extremely powerful. This is a common trope in media, but what we tend to not explore a whole lot is how that really like affects the character. And Toph, in her moments, that's like what a lot of her character is about, right? Like Toph is that like that badass character. She's the one who is like super powerful, ridiculously powerful. She fought against the odds and was able to overcome everything and be incredibly strong and powerful. But when we get times with Toph to like analyze her as a character and we get those story beats, a lot of times her story is about like learning vulnerability, which is such a good thing to look at when it comes to a character like that. Because yeah, a character who was forced into a situation where they had to be strong in order to survive, or in order to make, because like for Toph it's more of like making herself heard. Toph, like, growing up in like a more in a privileged rich family, didn't necessarily have to do anything to survive, but in order to have her voice heard and in order to be her authentic self, had to be a strong-willed person. But strong-willed people like that tend to like find ways to like um they tend to find ways to like do things without the help of others. And Toph's characterization is her learning how to be like vulnerable, how to accept help from other people when she needs to, and um how to like how to rely on others for things. And it's such a great example of like that kind of growth for that kind of character. It's such a good, like, it's tailor made for her. Like her whole story is like, that's the great thing about Avatar: The Last Airbender. They don't just like throw in random growth for its own sake. They give um they give like each individual character ends up growing in exactly the ways that they need to. Let me put up these things. Imagine what the show if they made the choice. Yeah, I do remember hearing that, and that's I really love how when they do when they do the recap episode, which again, this is something we could talk about again, is like how crazy it is that the Ember Island players was a recap episode, and that's all it actually was. But I like how they reference that in that, and how Toph kind of views herself more as that. But I do think it wouldn't have been as good if they had made her um if they had made her like a more stereotypical like strong guy type character like they had originally planned. Her character is so much stronger because she is not a your typical archetype for a strong character, right? Like um if they had made her the way that if they had just made her like a normal strongman type character, I don't think it would have been bad, but it wouldn't have been nearly as good as what we ended up with. Okay, I want to make a mold for the lanterns. I think it's a wrench. So yeah, that was an amazing decision on their part to oh heck, how do I make those molds? That was a wonderful decision on their part to flip that. And like I said, it's such a good that's the great thing about like fantasy settings and whatnot. What I need mold lamp. I need this. It's a file, not a wrench. That's the great thing about like fantasy settings is because you really don't have to follow any of like your standard ideas on which characters can and can't be strong. Um, you can always have you can always explain it away as like, oh, it doesn't matter, it's magic, right? Magic makes this character stronger than everyone else. How do I make what is that mold that I need? Hammer, lamp, mold here, empty mold, hammer, empty mold, hammer. All right. Ooh, bell. Okay, I'm gonna try to figure this out. Whatever I'm doing. Rock chain. Maybe I have to have it up here or down here. Okay. Where is my... Okay, I have it on the wrong side. Aha. I got it. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I do think it's a much stronger thing having her be a young blind girl, because I mean she's also like the youngest in the group, I'm pretty sure. Like I think she's younger. Well, maybe not Aang. Aang's pretty young. But I know like Katara and Sokka are supposed to be a little older. But I do like okay, another thing I want to point out while we're still talking about Toph. I know a lot of people complain about Legend of Korra, and a lot of people especially complain about the characterizations of the original cast and how they are in Legend of Korra. But I think especially with Toph, they did a really good job of like doing her as a character and like how she ends up growing up as an adult. I saw somebody earlier today online was making the argument that like um they made the argument that like not every female character needs to be a mother, right? And that's a valid point. That's not what I'm complaining about or pointing out. It's a very valid point to make it so that you're that you know not every woman needs to have children, right? Especially because there are certain characters that you would like that you can't see like ever having a child, like ever wanting to have a child. And they used Toph as an example for that. And here's the thing. I disagree with the idea of that Toph shouldn't have had children because it's out of character for her. I think that Toph having children, first of all, I don't think she planned on having children. I'll be upfront with that. I don't think she like went out of her way to have children, right? The story we get about Toph is that like she doesn't even know who the father of her children are, which kind of seems in character for her to like you know, um, have those kind of looser relationships, and then just not really think about it too much. Because she was always very strong-willed and very much I do whatever I want whenever I want, and that that tracks. And I think like they did a really good job with her children, because it also shows that, like, let's be honest here, Toph was kind of a neglectful mother. I don't think that's even like a kind of. Toph was pretty neglectful in the way of, like, she didn't really like take care of her children. And that's like a major point of contention, of course, throughout the between her two daughters, is the fact that she kind of did just let her daughters do whatever they wanted, and because she, like, in her point of view, like, that was her being, maybe not, I don't know what she would have thought about it, but like, she was doing what she thought was right, because she was used to being oppressed by her parents and didn't want the same thing for her daughters. And, like, you know, was she a good parent? Not really. But that, like, but she was in character the whole time, right? Like, that's exactly what I would expect from Toph, is to be kind of, a little bit neglectful towards her children. And while maybe not necessarily being like actively malicious, maybe not understanding how that would affect them, right? I think that's so in character for her to be that kind of person. Um, so I really liked what they did with her in Legend of Korra. We even see her because, like, she's one of, actually, I was gonna say she's one of the few people from the original team that we see, but now that I think about it, the only person we didn't really see from the original team was kind of Sokka, and I guess Suki, but they don't even mention her. Poor Suki, deserved better, honestly. But bricks, 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 and bricks, bricks, bricks. I did this wrong, sort of. No, I'm going to put another layer of bricks on here. I'm going to put another layer. That. Okay. Yeah, that'll fix it. Okay. Let me count real quick how many of these I need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I need to do 2? No, I get 2 from each one. So I need to do 5 bricks. Okay. And so, like I said, I think they did a pretty good job. I liked Legend of Korra overall. I definitely would say that I didn't think it was as good as The Last Airbender, but, like, man, you're really asking for a lot if you want the sequel series to be as good as The Last Airbender. It's a really tough act to follow. Um, but I think they did a good job with Toph's characterization in that. I mean, we see her be kind of like the crotchety old grandma type character, and kind of letting the younger generation take over things. I think she does. I really liked the like how she reconnects with her children later on in the series. I think it's really cool, and I think it's a I really like the way, like, everything they do to characterize her. Are these more bricks? I should have done more bricks. I do bricks. I'll break. We need more of these. Okay. I'm gonna have to go up and make more. Um, please don't fall. I don't know why the slabs themselves can cause collapses, whereas, like, everything else can't. But then we have Zuko. Zuko here. Zuko's one of my favorite characters as well. I don't. That's obviously not. That's not even a bold statement. Like, Zuko is such a great character objectively. Everybody agrees on it. Um, I love him. I love how he. I love how he's. It really is. It really is such a good redemption arc. It really is. Like, you could use this as like a master class for how to write redemption arcs, because of how good it is. Um, I mean, we have everything about Zuko is great. we have an amazing introduction to the character at the very start. Um, from really, I don't know if this is exactly how I want things to look. But we're gonna. Are you kidding me? Can we not waterlog this? Okay. Please don't collapse on me. Okay, good. We're gonna figure stuff out with that while I talk about Zuko. So Zuko really is like a masterclass in redemption arcs and what you should do if you want to have a character redeemed in that way, right? Like Zuko, um, he's also such a great example of like the idea of people. Wait, no, that's not. No, that's fine. I'm going to actually get rid of those. Um, he he's a really good example, and I'm going to talk about this as we talk about like Zuko. I'll get more into some of my other things about this, but like Zuko's a really good example of like characters, bad characters, like bad as in like antagonistic characters being written in a way where they are antagonistic and they are wrong. Like, let's be real. Zuko's not right about like really anything that he does early on, but like showing how they're turned into bad people by like circumstances and situations and like especially like cultural things, right? Like Zuko at the start is really just acting in the way that we would expect a character in his position to act. Like he's the crown prince of this authoritarian what would it be? Like authoritarian, I want to say regime, but I mean he's an emperor, so like I don't know. Does that count as a regime? But like this autocratic government, this empire, and like he acts accordingly, you know. He's very much he's very honor bound. Like that's literally his main thing. Starting out is how he's here to redeem himself and gain his honor back. And I love Uncle Iroh as well. Of course, we'll get into him later. Uncle Iroh is the best uncle. He's the best father figure in like all of fiction. Uh, and it's so cool seeing Uncle Iroh stick with Zuko as like a guiding force for him, and how they interact, especially earlier on in, well, just throughout the entire series, really. Um, but getting to see Zuko kind of like, man, Zuko goes through like he's such a great character because he starts off as like that bad boy character too. I saw a thing not too long ago, um, somebody talking about like the different ships in Avatar. I wish I could remember this channel name because there's this one guy who does like he did like this whole series on like different ships in the series, and one of them was Zutara, you know, Zuko and Katara. And I'll admit, previously I didn't really see anything. I didn't really like see much in that ship, but after like watching that video, I was like, you know what? I get why people like this ship now with how he really acts as like that bad boy, but we get all these instances of him like, you know, being not that bad, right? Uh and we get a lot of like, I mean, just like he opens up with such so many good story beats, like um him standing up against the command structure at his ship, but still like, you know, being still like him being like really like kind of like hard on his I want to call them employees, but that's not exactly what they are, but like the guys that are under his command, and him being hard on them but still kind of like, you know, not being completely unreasonable as we see with like other people. I One thing I want to point out while we're talking about Zuko, I think it's really hard to talk about Zuko without talking about Admiral Zhao, because Admiral Zhao is such a great example of what we don't want Zuko to become. You know? Like Admiral Zhao is like follow. Not only is he one who follows like all of the stuff that his country says and like tells him to do. He follows that stuff like to the letter. He's like into it. He loves the authoritarianism. Like he's here for the authoritarianism. But like he's also like, not a child. And so you can't really forgive Admiral Zhao for the way that he is because he should probably know better at this point. And I think it works so well as a foil. The decision to have Admiral Zhao uh as another early antagonist in the series is such a good decision, specifically because of what it does for Zuko as a character. Because it gives us a unfinished line. Okay. It gives us a way to we have Zuko as an antagonist, but we have Admiral Zhao as a much bigger and much more unsympathetic antagonist. Nobody likes Admiral Zhao, right? Like nobody likes him as a person, at least. As a character, wonderful character. As a person, terrible person, right? And that's so great of a thing to have when you have Zuko, because it allows Zuko to be an antagonist, but to be not an unreasonable antagonist, right? Like, and it gives something extra for us to kind of like bounce off of when it comes to looking at Zuko as a character, because we're able to like look at Zuko and be like, yeah, Zuko, he's doing a lot of stuff that furthers the furthers the Fire Nation and everything. But we can see that like Zuko's just kind of like been kind of brainwashed by this stuff, because like we have Admiral Zhao as a foil, right? We have him as like the kind of thing that I feel like this made more when I did it in the no, it makes the same when I make it in the corn. Okay, that's fine. I don't need much of this. But it gives us that like foil to Zuko. And like it's so cool the way that the show does this, because not only is like Admiral Zhao a foil to Zuko, Zuko himself is a foil to Aang, and it works out so well, especially when we get like the episodes like the Blue Spirit, um when they have when like you have Zuko and Aang fighting against Zhao, even though like Zuko is doing it for like antagonistic means, like the whole like oh, I let the hero go because I want to be the one to capture him, I want to be the one to get credit, is such an overplayed trope, and very often misused, because it ends up being kind of silly, right? Like if or like, because a lot of times that trope is done as like, oh, I want to, I can you can't kill him, I'm the one who gets to kill him, nobody can kill him but me. But since Zuko doesn't actually want to like kill Aang, it works out so much better, um because like this makes so much sense that Zuko would purposefully sabotage Zhao in order to be the one to turn in Aang, because Zuko doesn't get any of the glory. He doesn't get what he wants if Aang is turned in by Zhao. But if he helps Aang escape, then there's the chance that he can get what he wants later on. And it works perfectly. It works so well. And then of course we have like Zhao is the perfect season 1 antagonist. He really is. Like Zhao is, because he shows us the parts of the Fire Nation that we are supposed to not sympathize with. You know? He shows us like, this is the Fire Nation. This is the worst of the Fire Nation. And Zuko is there to like act as the kind of the counterpoint to it. And this is what I've been kind of wanting to get at. I've been hinting at for a bit. So my favorite part, one of my big parts, and so I've talked about this with other people. Ooh, I forgot to grab all this tofu. Let me grab all this tofu. So one of the best parts of Avatar. So I had originally I changed this opinion later on, which is why it kind of becomes one of my favorite parts. So there's kind of a trope in children's media, especially, right? The the series, like anything that's like targeted towards children, can very often fall into this idea because like we want antagonists, right? We want antagonists in our stories. Stories need antagonists, pretty much, right? Like it's hard to have a story without like some sort of force, that is opposing the protagonist. And you know, you can have more abstract antagonists, such as a like nature, you know, you have man versus nature, man versus himself. But like it's so much easier when you just have like an actual like flesh and blood antagonist to go against our hero. It gives us somebody to like root for, and or to like root against, I guess. But the issue with a lot of children's media is like, so antagonists, authoritarianism is something that is very easy to turn into a it is very easy to make that the antagonist, right? We always see this in all sorts of different kinds of media. Like Star Wars is like um goes against authoritarianism, right? The original Star Wars, the first one, was all about like fighting the Empire and everything. And so children's stories really also like to have authoritarians as the antagonists. It's such a good antagonist. What's worse than a person who tells you that you can't do what you want to do, you know? It's something that everybody can kind of relate to and understand. The issue with having authoritarians in children's media is that, for good reason, they're not really depicted very realistically, right? If you were to realistically depict an authoritarian regime to in a children's show, it probably wouldn't be rated for children. They kind of hinted that in Avatar: The Last Airbender with what happens to the air nomads, and that's fair, but also like uh but like they don't really talk about it. They changed this in the Netflix series for sure, right? Like they changed how I need lights outside, don't I? I need lights in the where am I gonna put all these lights? I just made all these things and I don't know where I'm gonna put them. I'm gonna start making some posts, some lamp posts. So like the let's see. I was talking about authoritarianism. So like, but you can't really like depict it in a way that it would be child friendly and realistic, right? Because like I said, like what happened with the air nomads is a really big thing, but I sometimes it doesn't get the full like reverence or the full like attention it really gets for like what they did. But I kind of I've gone a little bit back and forth as to like that with Avatar: The Last Airbender, because they really don't do a good job of like depicting how bad the Fire Nation can be. But looking at like how why not why not just hang these on blocks? Okay. Where can I put this? Hold on. I have to set this on something. Do I have to apply a chain? Okay, we're gonna look into some of this for a bit. So the thing with um hold on, give me 1 second to I'm gonna have to figure out. I need to figure out something else aside from what I was planning on doing for these. Okay, I'll go back to the lamppost idea. So, like I said, I was kind of going back and forth between this because I did think that that was kind of like a part of Avatar: The Last Airbender that could have been better. Um, but what I think Avatar: The Last Airbender really does well is showing how a lot of times these kind of power structures, how it's not necessarily like all the people that participate in the system are bad, right? um and because if you look at the way that Fire Nation soldiers are depicted and like other Fire Nation people that we get, it does do a pretty good job of like showing how a lot of these people, like most of the Fire Nation soldiers, aren't even like they don't even really like do anything that bad most of the time. A lot of them are just kind of like they're kind of just cops most of the time, you know? Like and they're also like just normal people. You see a lot of those Fire Nation soldiers like there's that one episode where they go to there's that one episode where they're in that one Fire Nation colony with the episode where Aang goes to Fire Nation. Yeah. Yeah, the one where he goes to the Fire Nation school is a really good one. Honestly, a lot of the early episodes in book 3 are really good examples of like this kind of principle of how like and I wish that the show had gotten some more time to like go into this idea, because I think it's not just important to remember how your like rank and file soldiers might not necessarily be as bad as like the generals, because like, you know, you look at like Admiral Zhao and he's way worse than what the he's way worse than your average soldier. But how am I gonna do these lanterns? I've got to figure out these lanterns. But like I wish they had I just wish that the series had gone a little bit into, and I guess it did actually. Now I'm thinking about it now. I'm going to make this point and then I'm going to immediately refute this point, because I wish they had gone more into showing how the Fire Nation, like how these kind of systems are also like harming the people in the system. But like you mentioned with the Fire Nation school, that episode really is about that, isn't it? I wish we had gotten some more examples, because that episode is just one episode. But that episode is a really good example of how like these kind of systems also hurt like those people, that the average people in it. Because that school episode is such a good example of how like all these like authoritarian ideas that the Fire Nation is kind of like founded on, like are still hurting the average people, because the students aren't allowed to like express themselves. And that's really what the gang like does, is show those people, like give them the opportunity to express themselves. So that's a really good example of that as well. Let me see, do I have a I don't think I need something to hang these lanterns from. I guess I could just put them on these sides here though, something like that. I could also maybe, can I hang these from the ceiling? Uh, but yeah, I mean, and that's like most of. Okay, I can hang them from full blocks. I just can't attach them to. Okay. But yeah, with Zuko, I don't even remember like half of what the original point was. Um, but like, you know, Zuko, of course, is like just a perfect example of all of that too, because um he's the one we spend the most time with, showing how like, and you know, I'll go back to that point. Like I said, wishing that they had shown more. Zuko really is the biggest example of how like the system in place at the Fire Nation harms like your average people. It's a little bit more muddled and not as easy to notice when we're talking about Zuko, because like Zuko is like directly harmed by the authoritarian leader in power in ways that like most other people aren't, because like it's literally his father. But um it's just a really good example of like how to have characters like that. Okay, I'm gonna try I gotta focus a little bit on gameplay for a second. I've been talking so much about Avatar, I've not even really been playing the game that much. Okay, see, I can put lanterns like that, so I can have lamp posts. I'm gonna put up some of these lanterns though while I try to figure out better ways to place them. But yeah, I mean it's just it's such a good thing because like I mentioned, you know, it's hard to really fully depict the issues like why authoritarians are seen as bad, right? Because but we have to remember like it's a kids show, so we can't like show them all the really bad things that those kinds of people tend to do. But we can show examples of we can show some examples, and I think Avatar does a very good job of really 8,000 ticks per millibucket. That's so good. It does a very good job of doing that in like a kid friendly way, right? Like we don't have to necessarily show everything, but we learn through like people like Zuko and like the episode where they are at the Fire Nation school. We show examples of like small ways in which the systems in place are like harmful. So it really does do such a good job of that, despite being a children's show, right? Like, it's very difficult to strike that proper balance of how much can you show children versus like still being able to get across the point. And let's see, Zuko. We were talking about his redemption arc before I went off on a tangent. Zuko's redemption arc really is just it really is one of the best. It's such a good example of like again the show giving people exactly the kind of exactly what they need. All right, I'm going to make. I need 7. I need 14. Need to figure out. Need to figure out. I turned all my steel and oh, I didn't turn all my steel into black steel. I need to do the easiest way to do this would be a batch of like 20 and do like 2 batches of 10. Okay. All right, hold on. I'm going to figure this out real quick. A batch of 20, we would need 4 pieces of steel. Is exactly what we have. 2 pieces of rose gold and 2 pieces of brass. That's gold. 2 pieces of rose gold. There we go. Okay, so this should make us 20 ingots. And we will... Yeah, we'll make 20 ingots of red steel because why not? I don't want to bother calculating and we need the steel. Actually, I could make several arguments as to why I should, because we still need to fuse the black steel to the red steel. Heck. Okay. Um, let's see. We need 14 ingots. So 50% of 14 is going to be 7. Heck, but here's the thing. Like, so what is 14? 14 times point times 10% would be more than 1. And I don't want to do math. I'm not doing math. I'm just doing my original plan of making 20 of these. We're going to need more red steel. The two types of people of authority kids can relate to the best are parents, Zuko's family, and teachers. Yeah, no, that's a really good point, actually. That really does. Yeah, that is a really good point because you're right. That's something that would be so much easier for children to relate to than if they had done some other things. I'm starting to warm up to it more now. I was kind of already acknowledging the fact that like Avatar still does a pretty good job despite not being like a full depiction, but uh, I think it does. I think it's. I don't think I was giving it enough credit actually for how well it handled that kind of situation. because like I mentioned with the other soldiers and everything, I really like the way that they're depicted because they really are just like normal guys. Like I love the scenes where the soldiers, because like the soldiers in a lot of scenes the soldiers are kind of not that bright at times, and it's really in a really funny way too. Um like how they like when they're in that Fire Nation colony and they pretend to they make it look like Katara is earthbending, and they think that the lemur is the one doing the earthbending, which is so funny. And also like hold on, what? Five, I guess. Hold on, what am I doing here? What did I? Oh yeah, the Momo music. Yeah. Well, what did I? Wait, I need 50%. Hold on. Five, one, one, and two. I'm messing up my ratios again. Some heck, this is gonna require real math, isn't it? All right, I don't like math. Okay, what is 15% of 14? Uh, times 1.2.1. Okay, I think I could get away with it with that if I did. Um, hold on, we'll get back to our scheduled avatar speak in a moment once I figure out how to do math. Okay, 15%. So if I do, okay, 2 divided by 14 is a little bit less than 14%, which we can do for both the rose gold and the brass. And then if that's the case, the only amount we have, okay, so this is 11. So if I do 3 steel ingots, and 3 over 14 is 21%, which is then within the acceptable amounts for the liquid steel. Okay, so if I do 7 black steel ingots, 2 each of rose gold and brass, and 3 of steel, that's 10, and this is 14. Okay, so this is a full 14. Okay. All right. Back to Avatar. Yeah, no, I I'm starting to definitely appreciate what they did with the Fire Nation and the soldiers a bit more, because they really did do it in a way that is like the best way that you could explain a lot of these things to children. I think part of the thing is like I think it's easy to forget that like Avatar: The Last Airbender is like Y7. This is made for like um younger children, right? Like this is made to be consumed by very relatively small children. It's not like TV 14 or something. And I think that the way that they depict a lot of the Fire Nation, because you have like really good examples of like actually antagonistic Fire Nation people. I mean, like Azula alone is probably enough to show you why you shouldn't be on the side of the Fire Nation. Um, and like Azula's arc as well. Oh man, we were talking about what's his name? Zuko. We need to talk about Azula when we get around to it. Hold on, we gotta focus. We gotta focus on talking about Zuko. I haven't gotten through like half of his stuff. Um, I really like his arc. I mean, obviously, like his relationship with Uncle Iroh is like the most important thing to him. I love how they kind of show that like, you know, um they show like the kind of trauma that Zuko went through, and kind of the fact that he just needed a really strong role model to like help guide him. And I love how Uncle Iroh doesn't he doesn't really like force anything on Zuko. He like trusts Zuko to ultimately make the right decision, right? Um and you know, that must have been pretty hard for him when he watched Zuko do the wrong thing over and over again. It must have been pretty hard on Uncle Iroh to see him do that. But I think it's like it was probably the best way to work on Zuko. I don't think that Zuko like would have listened to somebody because like you can't like counteract somebody who is like suffering from authority by using like authority against them, right? I think that's the big thing because it shows like how different Uncle Iroh is to his compared to his brother, and how he's able to better provide Zuko with what he needs by being that kind of like more flexible in a way. Like it's a really good parenting style because like Uncle Iroh is there to like give guidance and like tell Zuko what he needs to do or like what he should do in situations where he really needs it, but he's also willing to like back off and allow Zuko time to like understand himself and like come to those kind of decisions himself. Because like you had the part where they're in the Earth Nation and Zuko goes off by himself with, of course, the great episode Zuko Alone, hands down one of the best episodes in really in cartoons period. But such a good episode for Zuko. And so you have Uncle Iroh do that, but then like later on when you have Zuko, he it's at the end of book 2, towards the end where he's trying to go after Appa, and that's when Uncle Iroh like takes the gloves off when talking to Zuko, you know, where he's like he like just basically like straight up tells Zuko like, dude, we have a good life here now. Like we have like so many things are going good for us, and you're still going after the Avatar and his bison. What are you even going to do with a creature that big? Are you gonna store it like what? Keep them in the tea shop that we have? Like what's your plan here? You're not thinking past like what your father has told you essentially. And it's such a great moment of it's like it's tough love exactly when it was needed, right? It's that point where like he's like, this has gone too far at this point, because like letting Zuko go off on his own when they were in the Earth Nation, like Uncle Iroh was probably like, you know, Zuko's capable enough to take care of himself, even though he does kind of have a lot of difficulties when he's by himself for a bit. But then like that point where like he's trying to like steal the Avatar's bison and not thinking much past it, like that's such a good point for him to like, you know, bring down the foot and be like, hey, look, you've gone off the rails. You've been going off the rails too much. Like you need to like slow down and like actually think about things. And then one of the best thing, the best part, the absolute best part, in my opinion, for Zuko's redemption arc is the ending of book 2, where Zuko, despite everything that Uncle Iroh has been doing, and despite everything that everyone is telling him, or like everything, the best efforts of everyone, Zuko ultimately decides to go completely against that and decides to betray the Avatar and capture and help Azula capture him. This is, in my opinion, hands down the greatest point for Zuko's redemption arc. And this is because it is such a realistic part of his redemption arc, right? It is such a realistic thing to happen, because it would be a little bit because we could have had Zuko betray Azula in that moment and make that decision to um then and there go against his father and join up with Team Avatar. But like I think it's much more realistic that Zuko has that moment of backsliding, right? He hasn't at this point, he hasn't been given enough time to like fully like deconstruct and realize everything that he needs to in order to like really make the change to be a different person. He hasn't really had the opportunity to go through all that because a lot of his arc has been like very recent at this point, right? He um he hasn't had that time to really think things through. And so him making that kind of split decision to side with Azula and betray the Avatar and betray his uncle in that moment is much more powerful than if he had it makes his redemption later on much more powerful than if he had just switched sides in that moment, right? Like he is it shows how, even though we know at the end he gets redeemed, but it shows how the path to redemption isn't like a straight line, right? Zuko's whole story is him constantly making the wrong bad decision and him continuing to suffer from it. And this is just another example of how he keeps making bad decisions and how he keeps hurting himself by sticking with what he is used to. So then it makes it so much more powerful when during the Day of Black Sun, when he then decides that he is going to go against everything and join the Avatar and fight against his father. It really does make his redemption so much more worthwhile that we get to constantly see him like stumble through it, because like that's the bad thing about like redemption arcs in a lot of media, is that a lot of times they try to do these redemption arcs and they just have it. A lot of times these redemption arcs like kind of come out of nowhere. You'll see like um a character will get to a certain point and then just some big dramatic thing will happen, and that's their like turning point to turn to the good side. But it's so much more realistic and so much more impactful to have that slow build up and get to see the mistakes made along the way towards the path of redemption. It's such a good redemption arc. And then we get like all the extra stuff like Zuko's story. I've been trying to talk a lot more about Zuko himself as opposed to like the characters around him. But realistically, like Zuko's entire arc is about the people around him, right? Like Zuko is his whole character is built upon this idea of what other people have told him he needs to be, and and like other people making decisions about who he is and what he should want. But then his so like his arc involves so many other people and the ways that they have treated him and how that shapes who he becomes as a person. And then of course it that like having that build up and showing that is what shows which what makes it so important, the fact that when he leaves to join the Avatar, that's him finally like making his own decision about what he wants to do and who he is as a person. Because at that point Uncle Iroh isn't even in the picture anymore. Like Zuko has that kind of like background of like Uncle Iroh like telling him and like kind of pushing him gently towards that direction, but I don't think Uncle Iroh ever really like explicitly like says to join the Avatar. And also like at that point, that's the point where Uncle Iroh is in jail for going against for helping out the Avatar. Like Zuko's the one who put him in jail, and that's the part where like Uncle Iroh is not even talking to Zuko, which is such a powerful thing, right? Like it's such a powerful thing for Uncle Iroh to simply not talk to Zuko. Like because Uncle Iroh has always been a character that Zuko can talk to and like go to for advice. And it is so much more powerful that Uncle Iroh simply refuses to talk to Zuko after what Zuko does than it would be if he was like, berating Zuko and telling him that he did something wrong, right? It's so much more important and so much more impactful for him to refuse to talk than it is for him to yell at Zuko. Because like if he yelled at Zuko, Zuko's used to having authority figures yell at him. So him refusing to talk is so much stronger. It sends so much stronger of a message than if he had just yelled at Zuko. It's such a great thing for his character to do, you know? And it works. It helps so much for Zuko, right? He's able to finally like make his own decision and come to that conclusion by himself. And it's such a great point for that character. I love it so much. And like, man, even like look at like stepping back a little bit away from Zuko. Um I mean, it's still involving Zuko, but stepping back and looking at it from like a wider narrative, that part where Zuko is in the Fire Nation and we get to see what life is like for him in the Fire Nation is also so important from a narrative point of view because we get to see what it's like for the royals in the Fire Nation through not just Zuko but also like we get May and how she is, and we get to see Azula and all the things that she does, um, and the ways that things are different. And it's such a great insight into the inner workings and how just straight up dysfunctional the Fire Nation family is. And of course, considering the Fire Nation is authoritarian and like not just authoritarian, but like an autocracy where the Fire Lord has absolute power, seeing how broken the Fire Nation family is, the royal family, uh, is such a big reflection on how broken the Fire Nation itself is. And and let's talk about Azula. Azula is another one of my favorite characters in fiction. Azula is such a great, wonderfully made character because on the outside, like, or on the surface, looking at Azula, she really is kind of like your trope, stereotypical, um, like perfect, like your perfect talented kid. What's it called? Like your gifted kid. She's a really good example of a gifted kid, especially when we contrast with Zuko, who is like explicitly not a gifted kid. He's not actually all that good of a firebender, compared to like he's not as talented of a firebender compared to like Azula and everything. So Azula is such a great example of that gifted kid archetype and showing but also showing how that archetype manifests under an authoritarian or authoritative parenting structure because like she's a very good example of, and like this is kind of, like the stereotypical like what would you call it, it would be like the stereotypical like quote unquote Asian family, which like the show is ostensibly based off of like Asian stereotypes, so I guess that kind of makes sense. And it's just kind of an example of like that style of parenting, the very authoritative. And I mean, like I said, I probably shouldn't use the term like Asian parenting since it exists in like all cultures, but like the it's just a very good example of that like authoritative parenting and how that affects even gifted kids, because like Azula like should be the perfect child for this family, right? She's the one who is like, she's ruthless, she does everything that her family tells her to do and still ends up miserable, right? Like it makes her paranoid, it makes her um she only has like two friends, and like I don't know. Does is Ty Lee even like really her friend at the end of the day? Like I feel like May is was more of a friend than Ty Lee ever was. But like it's hard to like even look at it's hard to even look at Ty Lee and like think that they could actually be friends because of like the power dynamic that Azula uses against Ty Lee. Like we didn't get a huge amount of backstory with like how they were as like when they were younger children. So it again it's hard to tell, but like what we see when they're like during the show, like Azula has to legitimately like bully Ty Lee into joining her hunt and everything, like her to join her side. So, it's like is it really like yeah, and that the show that shows when they both betray. Yeah, that's the that's the thing. Like because like you Ty Lee is such an interesting character as well. Uh because of the way that she interacts with the rest of the group. Um like Ty Lee at that prison at the Boiling Rock really was given the option of you need to choose either Azula or May because like um Azula was planning on like May went against her to help Zuko, and that was all that May needed to go against Azula. But like Ty Lee in that moment had to make a conscious decision like do I do I help May or do I help Azula? And like and it's such a good point for her character showing that like um that kind of shows like how like Azula wasn't like really a friend to her. Like I don't think Ty Lee it's so hard to get an idea of exactly what their relationship was. I know there's been a lot of comic books that have come out recently. I really need to read some of those comic books because I know they reveal like more about these dynamics than the shows did in some places. But like I would be like I wonder if Ty Lee ever like really saw Azula as a friend at all. Um Past the point where they're like young children. Like I wonder there had to have been a point probably the point where she left to go join the circus where she realized that Azula's just not really her friend. Because like Azula had to literally like threaten her and bully her into joining the hunt. Um and I think May was probably more of Azula's friend, and Azula even pushed May to the point where um she turned against her, you know? And I think it's such a like it's such a good example of like showing like how this character who like you can pretty easily set up Azula as like this is the kid that has like everything, you know? This is the kid that not only like has everything, like has access to everything that they could want, but like is also like extremely talented, extremely successful in her own right. Like she's what like 14 during the events of Avatar, and she's she has all these crazy feats. She has blue fire, which is something like nobody has ever seen or like nobody else in the show has. Um and she's like so successful, but she still like isn't able to be truly like happy, right? She continues to and like how could she get like the things that she actually wants? Because like we're talking about like basic human needs, right? Like all people want to have friends in some capacity, right? Like some people want more than others, and some people, have different opinions on what like that kind of means and how friendship manifests. But all people want like other people to be there to like, to interact with and to like spend time with. And Azula is put like raised to believe that like the only way to achieve that kind of stuff is or the only way to like be um successful is or to like because like I keep saying successful, but it's not just success. She's not like the success isn't the part for her. It's that she can only get approval from authority figures in her life by being a certain way, right? And so she conflates that as being this is what I need to do in order to like she conflates that to like how you make friends as well, right? She's like my parents only my parent or at least my father cuz her mother would probably disagree, but her father only like gives out affection and love when it comes to like her being a good firebender and being a loyal daughter and everything. So she ends up like using that same mentality to try and get friends. And I mean there's also like a lot of stuff about like Azula just kind of being a little messed up in general. Yeah, I was going to bring up the beach party in a bit, and you're exactly right. You can see that like at the beach party when she's trying to like quote unquote be normal. I mean, that's really what she's trying to do is be normal and have like be a normal teenage girl and have normal teenage girl interactions. But she's just incapable because of the way that her family treats her and the way that she's been raised, you know? And and like there that's what I was talking about like is present in the beach party as well because like her being a little messed up because she like even mentions like oh my own mother thought I was a monster and she was right and it's like that's maybe not a good thing for a kid to believe, right? Like I think that that moment is so telling for her as a character because it's like it shows that like a lot of that like messed up part of her is like really internalized, you know? Like not only does she do bad things and acts as a bad person, but she also believes that she is bad, right? Like and that's a really interesting thing because like her culture probably wouldn't like have directly instilled that into her because her culture like all the stuff she did was like sanctioned by her culture. Like the all of the violence and everything that she does is like approved of by her father, right? And so culturally she's not really being told, "Hey, you're a bad person." But she somehow is able to still like understand that what she does is bad and wrong, but she internalizes that as being it's okay. That's what I'm supposed to be. I'm just a bad person. I do these bad things, you know? So she like on some level recognizes what she's doing as wrong, but still but has like thinks of that as like a good thing almost. And it's really like it's really messed up when you think about it. Like the fact that this 14-year-old child is is like believes that she is a monster is like and is like proud of that is like crazy. Like that is not something that a child should be thinking, and it really puts into perspective um how like Azula has been like shaped by her upbringing as well and how she has been harmed by her father as much as Zuko has. I know I've seen a lot of people that like bring this up as a point when talking about Avatar is like it's really important to kind of like to like stop and think about how like Azula really is a child. Like she is 14. That is not that is not a that's not an age where you can really be like fully cognizant of like what you're doing and like how it affects people, you know? So and that's really cool. It like that as a story beat, right? Like that's really interesting from a literary perspective because you're able to like look at this character and like understand and sympathize with like how they became a bad person. This is something Avatar does such a good job at. We talked about like earlier we talked a bit about how this is shown through like the Fire Nation soldiers as well and everything. But like even thinking about it, think about the episode Tales of Bossing Say. Wonderful episode, perfect episode even. Uh the Tales of Bossing Say where Uncle Iroh runs into that guy who tries to mug him and he ends up like flipping it and like uh talking to the guy about like, you know, why is it you're trying to mug me? And the guy kind of explained, I think it's like explained that what he says, he's like he's just confused. I would assume that this is some guy who probably like isn't doing very well. Like the guy looks like he's in poverty and probably isn't having a good time. So like it's kind of shows that like, hey, this guy's like trying to straight up mug people, which we can kind of see as like, you know, that's a bad thing. But the show goes out of its way to show that this person isn't bad because he's a bad person. He's bad because of like the way things are have kind of pushed him into um, doing something that he might not otherwise do, right? And the show just does such a great job at that specific storyline in like every single character. But at the same time, it also does show that like some bad guys really are irredeemable, right? Like Admiral Zhao up until the very end, and even like at the end, continued to be an irredeemably evil person. He just, you know, was given a choice, and it's so poignant that Zuko was the one to like offer Zhao help because, you know, to Zuko, regardless of what Admiral Zhao did, he was still a Fire Nation soldier, and Zuko, being a good person, um, didn't want to just like let him die there. But Admiral Zhao was just like, no, I'm far too proud to accept your help, even though I am going to die. And even worse than than dying, he kind of got like dragged into the spirit realm, and that did not end up very well for him. But yeah, man, I'm starting to appreciate that even more. I don't think I've ever like done such an in-depth analysis of this show. Um, but I'm starting to appreciate the fact that the those kind of stories even more. Oh, wait, give me a little drink. Hold on, I'll use my drinking animation. Yeah, isn't this drinking animation cool? I spent like an entire afternoon working on that in Blender. I'm really proud of that. I don't even use it half the time because I typically just take small sips and don't drink a whole bunch like I just did. But considering how much I've been talking, I really needed that. Um, but yeah, I'm really am gaining a much greater appreciation for what that show did with its redemption of characters. Okay, I need black steel. I need more steel. I'm gonna turn this one of these stacks of ingots into more steel. I think I'll go collect more iron because we always need more iron. Okay. Let's see. We'll put that to go. Can I place these? I can. Wonderful. Let me place some of this stuff down to be processed later. Actually, I think this will be kept so that we can fuse it. Oh wait, can I? No, I need black steel for the. I need more black steel. Hold on. Let me reorient myself in game real quick. I think we are gonna go get You know, I really should have watched Over the Garden Wall before it got like removed from Netflix because I didn't. It was one of those shows that was always on my list of things to watch, and then I never did. It was like that with like Hilda as well. I remember that was another show that I really wanted to watch. Um and I never got the chance to. One second. Onto a message. There we go. Hi. My cat has now come out again. Hello. It's warm in here, isn't it? You got oh yeah, it's it's a little warm in here. She's laying down on the desk now. Man, I really should I really should go watch it. My partner watched Over the Garden Wall and they really liked it. Skywater. Um okay, we've talked a lot about Avatar, so we can save some more Avatar analysis for a later date. But let's talk about some of the things I've been watching recently. Um, I've heard other people say that where they watch it during the Halloween season. I really should. I need to watch it myself later. Ooh, do I have pumpkins? I wonder if pumpkins are ready. Oh, I see a pumpkin in the field. So, okay, I want to talk a little bit about some of the recent media I've been consuming because I've been watching some very good stuff recently. Um, one of the first things, one of the best things that I've watched recently has been so I have Netflix. It's really like the only Netflix is really the only platform that I like watch stuff on aside from like I guess YouTube, but it doesn't really count for this sort of. Um I watched there's a show on Netflix called Gentry Chow versus the Underworld, and that was a very good show. I very much enjoyed that cartoon. It is it's a more Eastern style. It's very heavily based off of like Chinese mythology, which I really like. There's been a lot of more recent examples of like Chinese mythology in media, and I'm really happy that we're getting more representation for Chinese mythology because Chinese mythology it's really cool. And I think like I've heard enough renditions of Greek and Norse mythology, and it's so nice getting to see mythology from other places. Um, it's a really good one. You should definitely watch it. I'm not going to spoil anything for this one because it's so new. Um, it's so good. It is Gentry Chow is a um she's a I guess she's I don't know exactly what her whole ethnicity would be. I know she's probably at least actually I guess she is just Chinese, isn't she? Yeah, now that I think about it, both it's shown later, but her parents are both Chinese. Um I think they're at least Asian and at least half Chinese. At least one of them's Chinese. But they they live in they live in Texas. It's supposed to be like it's a fictional it's a fictional town, of course, but it's supposed to be based off of like a suburb of Texas, like outside of Dallas, I think it's supposed to be. And um it doesn't start off with her in Texas. It very quickly she goes to Texas. She grew up in in this town outside of Dallas, and she um oh no, did the greenhouse get struck by lightning? Oh no, the greenhouse got struck by lightning. It's missing a good chunk of itself. Huh. Well, I mean, the fact that like I guess we lost some of that glass that was in this building, but okay. I wasn't expecting this. I need to build that. I need to work on that I need to work on that lightning rod, don't I? Uh okay. Yeah, let's work on that. I was going to go get more iron, but this is a good excuse to work on the lightning rod. I have an idea for a design too. So we're going to work on that. I'm going to grab some bricks. I think I'll probably just make it out of andesite. Maybe I'll change it later, but I have a plan. Let's go. I think it's just made out of an copper rod, isn't it? Um okay, it's just made out of 3 copper rods. I can go make that. Uh let's process all that copper dust we have into copper ingots. I might as well. Okay, but oh wait. I have copper rods. Haha, our copper ingots. Haha, never mind. I'm not gonna do any of that other stuff. I'm just gonna turn these into rods. Okay, but so it starts off with Gentry Chow. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were there. I didn't mean to poke you. You go back to sleep. Um oh no. No, she's coming. Oh no. Hello. Hi. I'm sorry I disrupted your I'm sorry I disrupted your sleep, baby. Coming here to sit in my lap? Yes? Okay. Yes, yes. Yeah, I do plan on setting up bulk smithing for the ingots. Like that one person was saying yesterday, I want to I need to get the I need to get something set up where I can have the mechanical pump pulling stuff out and putting it onto a table. I'm still wanting to get the I want to get the what do you call it? Uh I want to get red steel, and then I think that might be one of the next things I work on is getting like automated stuff set up for the ingots. Okay, let's do this. Okay, but so Gentry Chow starts with her being in Korea in Seoul. She very quickly, like within the first few minutes of the first episode, ends up or like halfway through the first episode, ends up having to go back to where she grew up in Texas. Um, but it's really cool because it has like a lot of hi there. Can also put a fan in front of it. Oh yeah, you're right. I could do that. Um, hey there, baby. Let's see, because I can make. Let's just look up like copper ingots. Cause let me check the recipe for that. There. Yeah, because if I'm to make a copper ingot, I could do blasting too. I don't have a blast furnace. Actually, did I remove? This is just for the ore blocks though. Ore processing, alloy smelting, arc furnace, compressor. Yeah, bulk blasting. Uh, I wonder if you know what? I might not. Okay, here's the thing. I might not be. I might not be able to because I'm only getting the things for the blocks. This might be different from your version of the game because what I did was I actually deactivated all of the recipes for like smithing or for like I disabled all the smelting recipes because I was looking at like the steam smelters and everything, and you can just take dust of any kind and like put it into a steam smelter and like you get more out of it than the dust gives, right? Like you get because like different like ores that bear different kinds, like the magnetite ore that we have, technically a dust from it doesn't even give like a full ingot. And so I decided that I wanted to keep up with the casting recipes and everything and not do and disable like the smelting recipes because I personally felt that it was a little bit. I like the smelting stuff enough, and I didn't want to like resort to doing like some of this other stuff where you could like put the dusts into a furnace. So I did disable those. So I wonder if that the reason why I disabled it is because it really felt like something that really shouldn't. It felt like an oversight in the game in the first place. Like it didn't really make sense for you to have like a TerraFirmaCraft based game system and then have it to where you could just like put ores into the smelter. Yeah, that's why I kind of disabled it. We could set up something like that for. It looks like it kept the recipes for taking the ore and and putting that in a furnace. So I think this is what we would use. We could set up something like that for when the miners that we can get later on, the electrical miners, I'm pretty sure they pull up the actual ore blocks. And so we could use like blasting and stuff like that. But it looks like I actually can't do that with the create fan. I can't smelt the dust with a create fan because it looks like that got disabled as well. So it looks like we are going to have to rely on the mechanical pump and the casting tables, which personally I think is a lot more realistic. So that's fair. But anyways, okay. Uh, Gentry Chow. It's really fun. It gets part of the reason why I think Gentry Chow is such a fun show is because, like I said, it takes place. It starts off in Korea. So like Gentry Chow is she spent most of her like young life like because I think it's told pretty early on that she like ended up in Korea after when she was around like 6 or something, and she okay, let's do like this. Okay. Um but she grew up the rest of her childhood she grew up in Korea, and because of that she has like she really likes K-pop, and it's really cute first of all, but second of all that's why like the theme song is a K-pop song, and it's really fun. And it's nice having like that kind of thing because it's just very different from what you get with a lot of other media. And the series is it has a lot of like man, it just has a lot of really good characters. Gentry Chow herself is a good character. Her outfits, it's one like most of the characters don't change their outfits, but the main character changes her outfits. She has several different outfits that she wears over the course of the series, and they're always like the most adorable outfits possible. I love her little outfits that she has. Um, okay, doing. Let's see. Let's do more like this and one like that, and then are we almost? We're almost over the middle now. Okay, I think this here is the middle. I'm not going to put the lightning rod down just yet in case lightning strikes me while I'm working on it. Uh so I really like that show. It's 100% worth the watch. Uh and it's really short. That's probably like my only real complaint about the show is how short it is. Because it's a very it's in like a very weird place too. So the hold on. I mean, this is too far out. I kind of freestyled the other part, so like I'm not exactly sure if I'm doing this the same way the second time. What am I doing? Okay. we have to look at this. I have to examine this and figure out what's going on. But they have a lot of really good characters in that show. I guess it is out. What did I? Oh, okay, I see. I put on top. Okay. Um, they have a lot of really good characters. Uh, most of the show is like it's a big mystery thing. Um, because there's an incident in the show that gets brought up several times throughout. And we there's a big like mystery as to like what really happened with that incident and how it all ties into Gentry's past and everything. And it does such a good job of like doing this like mystery thing. And like there's a lot of like magical a lot of magic fights going on. uh it's a it is still this show is aimed more at like teens or like tweens maybe. So like there's also there's a little bit of like romance that happens with Gentry Chow and some other people in the show, some other teen characters, and it's very cute. And I very much like that show. Where's my okay, mortar? I need more mortar. I need much more mortar. I think I don't even have enough for a full round, do I? Yeah, I think this is going to be slightly off. Yeah. Keep the rest here. I'll make some more mortar. But yeah, the show's really good. I think that's been one of my favorite shows that has come about recently. One of my favorite shows I've watched in recent times. Let's see. What else have I watched? I watched there's the new Ranma One Half. I don't know exactly how, if there's like a special way of pronouncing it the way that they do with like Hunter x Hunter or something. Um, but I watched the new Ranma series, and that one's pretty interesting. There's definitely like some complaints I have about the show, but a lot of my complaints with that show kind of just boil down to um this show has displays some outdated values, but you know, for a show that is like, because the original manga I'm pretty sure ran in like the 80s, and honestly for a show based off of something from the 80s, pretty good. It's not, it doesn't have as many issues as you might expect. And it's a very cute show too. That one's the one where it's just like that one's the one, if you aren't familiar with the show, is the one where it has a character that every time he is every time he's affected by like cold water, he turns into a girl. He has a little change and turns into a girl. And when he is if when he's a girl, if he gets splashed with hot water, he turns back into a boy. That's just the basic premise of it. Ow, my legs. That was probably a bit too much for me to drop down. Okay, here's our design for our lightning rod. Ooh, ooh, okay, okay. This is should I do what I should I can hang stuff from I can hang lanterns from something. But other than that, okay, I need more fence posts. That show was pretty good. It's a fun little show, at least. Yeah, true. This show doesn't do a huge amount with it. Um, hold on. I'll be back in 1 second. My cat wants out of the room. They so they don't do a huge amount with the gender in the show. I mean, kind of to be expected. It is a show from the 80s, or a manga from the 80s. So they don't really do a huge amount with it. I think the most that they do with it is the other basic story beat in the show is that um Ranma is uh to be engaged. He is engaged with another character that we meet at the very start called Akane, and it's like kind of an arranged marriage. It's like his father and her father were friends, and so they were like, "Oh, we'll just arrange." I don't think there's like a huge amount of reasoning behind why their parents decide to make them get engaged. Uh it is a fighting anime. So there's a lot of fighting, and like Akane is I should get like an actual chain for that eventually. Akane is she's very strong-willed. She's a very good fighter in her own right. But Ranma is like some crazy level of fighter. Like he's insanely strong comparatively. There's a lot of like really strong people in this fight. Akane's strong too, but Ranma's like, one of those things. Ranma's just built different. All right, this is the basic design for our lightning rod. I think it's doing well so far. Maybe later on I might go up there and like swap out those blocks on the side for like stairs, but other than that, I think I like the way this came out. And the main reason I wanted to put this here is because this is supposed to be the crossroads for our whole place. Because eventually, I've already got the two roads that go out to the north and south beach, and I need to get one out to the east and west. So this is going to be our little crossroads area. So I wanted to build something kind of neat here. And yeah, I'm pretty proud of it for just winging it so far. I think what we'll do, because I really just wanted to get the lightning rod in place so that we don't have to worry about more things catching on fire. I will go back later and swap these out maybe for some different blocks to make it to give it some more color. And we'll rework that later. But I like the way it's looking so far. But yeah, so Ranma, they don't really do a whole lot of stuff with gender. I would even like I know that the first upon like hearing the description of like of Ranma, how Ranma himself gets like he transforms into a girl and everything. um I know the first idea might be that this is a show about like a trans character, but it kind of isn't. um Ranma himself just identifies as a man, so he's not really trans. He just happens to turn into a girl. um which is fine. I think it's cool representation of that idea too, because like Ranma kind of just like when he turns into a girl, he does go by female pronouns, which is like really just him being more practical than anything else. Like, he doesn't like tell, like not everyone knows about his whole curse. It's like it literally is like a curse that he has on him that makes this happen. So not everybody like knows about that part. So he just doesn't like he doesn't want to tell people that that's the case. Um so he does just identify as a man. But the interesting thing, um is his relationship with Akane. What was I working on earlier? Got the lightning rod in place. Oh, I wanted to go get more iron. Let me go check on. Well, actually, okay. Let's go get some more iron. Um, the the interesting thing with Akane is that at the very start of the series, like the first episode, um, she is going on about how she just really, really hates men, and it's um it's pretty understandable because she's a martial artist as well, and so she deals with a lot of people like not taking her seriously because she's not a man. And so she's pretty upset about that. And, fair. That's like a perfectly understandable thing. But the funny part is that okay, before I'm gonna go find another tree to chop down. Um, the funny part is that when she first meets Ranma, uh, she she meets Ranma when he's a girl, and oh no, what the heck? My bees got struck by lightning. My bees! No, not my bees. It took out 2 hives. Okay, it's a good thing we got that lightning rod in place. Okay, my poor bees. I know, right? Like, what? My bees. Okay, we have plenty of bees to replace them with, but my poor bees. I I wasn't expecting them to get struck by lightning. We have more hives too. Okay. Oh, man. I'll wait till it's raining and I can move some bees into I can move the bees into the new hives, but that's so sad. I I wasn't expecting the bees to get struck by I guess it's a good thing none of the animals got struck by lightning. Or the fence at least. They would have all escaped. I think these guys. Oh, I forgot we have a calf that's in the baby room. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we have the lightning rod in place so that no more bees get struck by lightning. Hi. Are you familiarized? You are. Good. All right. Go on. Get. No. You guys can't have the rotten grains in there. I don't care how much you want them. Okay. All right. All right. Now that we're recovering from the tragedy of the bees getting struck by lightning. Okay. We're gonna what am I talking about? Um oh, I dropped some I'm glad that I do drop frames every once in a while, but I'm glad that it doesn't seem to be like were there so many trees here? Were there always this many trees? I feel like they're encroaching. Um but okay, Ranma. So yeah, so Akane meets Ranma when he's a girl, and is, she actually likes him when he's a girl, and it's partially because um like Akane like respects because she assumes that like this girl that she's meeting is a girl and not like a boy that gets turned into a girl when he gets splashed with water. So she doesn't know about him being being a boy. So she actually likes Ranma when she first meets him as a girl. And it's really funny because she definitely doesn't like him after she finds out that he's not a girl. Uh which is a very interesting thing. Um but yeah, that's about as interesting as the gender stuff gets with in that show. It doesn't really have much to say about gender, which you'd think it would for a show like that. I guess the other thing is the only other thing it really does is like it does highlight a lot like some of the issues some of the issues that women go through. Uh yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's a show that came out like the manga I'm pretty sure ran in like the 80s. Um it does go into some topics like so it it's mostly through like other characters because oh my god the main fun of watching this new adaptation on Netflix and like I haven't I didn't read anything like I didn't read the manga previously or I think there was an anime before this one came out. So I didn't read the earlier anime either. so I don't really know much how it is outside of the Netflix adaptation. But like, my God, there are a lot of characters. Like, the satisfaction is seeing a lot of these characters get beat up because, man, are some of these characters just terrible people that I want I want to see get beat up. Because like there's a there's an arc later on in the series where they get into they get into a competition with a it's a it's like a skating it's like a figure skating competition almost. um there's these one characters that are uh they're like champions at like this figure skating thing, but it's also like a combat thing as well. Like they do figure skating but as like a form of combat, I guess is the best way to describe it. And so I mean that arc is interesting because like Ranma, despite being a very powerful fighter and like freakishly strong most of the time, just doesn't do super well on ice. So because he just doesn't know how to skate. And so it's a way of like giving him an opponent that can realistically stand up to him while not being freakishly strong themselves, even though they are pretty strong, relatively speaking, but not nearly as strong as Ranma. But here's the thing. I hate this guy that he has to fight. And I wish I'm glad when I see him get beat up by Ranma, because this guy is a freaking he's a creep. He's the worst kind of a creep. Um he so he ends up meeting Ranma at one point when Ranma is a girl. And like this guy is such a jerk. He's one of those people who's like he's like a pretty boy archetype, and he's one of those people who's like he very much fits that trope. And this is like a thing about Ranma has a lot of tropes in it, and like a lot of it is like deconstructing those tropes, which is pretty interesting, especially since you know it's such an old anime. But he's like this pretty boy trope, and he thinks that everybody loves him. You know, the kind of thing where it's like, oh, all women are like they're just swooning and at the opportunity to meet me. And this guy, like when Ranma is a girl, he like pulls Ranma in, and like there's I mm, there's not much of a way to put it. He kind of assaults Ranma because he like pulls him into a kiss forcibly um while this whole thing is going on. And we get to see from like the guy's perspective that he doesn't think there's anything wrong with it because he thinks that Ranma wants it. And being that type of character makes it very satisfying when he eventually gets what's coming to him. And that's kind of an example of like how some of the characters are in this. There's a lot of other characters that kind of fall into those kind of archetypes of being just honestly pretty terrible people, and that Ranma has to fight. And it tends to be terrible in that sense, like highlighting. And I think it's really cool because like I said, this is such an old show, so it's really cool to kind of see it because like I can imagine how this would have been like at the time, right? Like it's not as subversive to our culture nowadays because we're very different. And like that's not something that you're allowed to really like do anymore. What kind of ore is this? Cespepes? Some sort of gem. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna leave that where it is. Um, but I can imagine that like during the time in which it was produced, it was probably much more subversive and more impactful because it's like that's the thing. Like I mentioned, it's not really about gender in the sense of like gender expression, but it's about gender in the way it is like gender roles, right? Because um Ranma is a way to show the female perspective as a male, right? Concept is very interesting, like fun reading discussions. Yeah, I think especially as a study um of the time that it came out in, I could very much see this being something that, let's hope it's not poisonous. It is not. Um, turn into anything? Okay. I don't even know. Some sort of oxygen and manganese, I think. I don't know what Mn is. Uh yeah, I think it would definitely be something that would be interesting to discuss in the context of the time in which it was originally written. Because like I said, it's not as interesting of a thing to us nowadays because we are generally better on some of those topics in general. But it's interesting because like I could very much see it being used as like this is like as 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 sad as it is to say, what is tantalite? Tantalite. Is this poisonous? I just have to make sure it's not poisonous. It's not going to kill me. What is it? Okay. Um but as sad as it is to say, especially during the time period it was written, it probably was much more effective at talking about female issues because um, it was like showing stuff like that happening to a man, right? Like, unfortunately, a lot of people might not necessarily listen if it's just a woman, but if you show the same things happening to a man in that context, it causes people to talk about it a bit more. So it definitely is a cool thing for what it is, but it is a little outdated by our standards. Okay, and then ooh, okay. There's a couple. I have some more stuff. I have even more to talk about, which is good. We have an hour left. I think I can fill the hour. Yeah, I told you I could talk about this kind of stuff for hours. Um, so another series that I've been watching, which is a little similar, I guess, in some ways. There's a show on Netflix called My Happy Marriage, which is not exactly what it sounds like on the tin, but is a very interesting show that has a lot of interesting stuff to it. Okay, let's see. I'm going to leave with my ill-gotten gains. It's all this almost 2 stacks of magnetite, so My Happy Marriage is okay. So the first thing about this show, it is gorgeous. And the sound design is really good too. My Happy Marriage is such a gorgeous show to watch. It is so pretty. The animation, uh, the style is just really good. They do this thing with the characters' hair and eyes, especially. Ow! No, 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 no. You gonna come over here? Ah, okay. I have taken out the skeleton. Okay. Um, it's a very good. It's very pretty. They, like I said, they do this thing with like the eyes and the hair that's really cool. They basically like make everything almost like two-toned color. It's like you know how anime always has like highlights in their characters, and like animation in general tends to do this, but like they always have like you have your character's hair color, and then you have the highlight. You have like a highlight showing on the character's hair, and same with the eyes. They do that, but they have like two tones between the hair color and the highlights, and not just like two tones as in like slightly different shades. I mean, like they're kind of almost completely different colors. Like the main character has brown hair, but she has like a almost like a pink highlight to her hair, which is supposed to be like the highlight from like the lighting, right? But they do it just as they do it that way, and like the eyes are really pretty. Like I think the main character's eyes look almost like a mix of like blue and that like pink highlight again. It's such a pretty show. But My Happy Marriage is, man, is it? I need to watch more because they just released like the next season or like episodes of the next season, and I need to finish like getting caught up on the new season. Um, but this show is about a character named Mio. I do remember this character's name, actually. There's a character named Mio, and she is the most like I'm not saying this to like I'm not saying this to like disparage her as a character, but this is like the best description I can think of. She is the most poor little pathetic little character. Like it is insane. Like the first episode of this show, it is just like one after another, like like describing how terrible this character's life is. It's like it's one of those things where like the character is not, it's not a funny thing, right? Like it's not funny that the things that this character goes through, but it's almost comical the level of like pathetic that this character's life is. And it's because she's like internalized a lot of it as well. Um like Mio is your standard Cinderella character. She is Cinderella. It is a Cinderella story for her. She is um like her mother passed away a while back, and her father remarried, and she now has an evil stepmother who favors her daughter over Mios. And while her stepsister isn't like evil, I would say she's very much like antagonistic and like goes along with her what her mother wants. And so it's just this character like her stepmother shows up, and then they cut down the sakura tree that her mother planted like for no reason, just to spite her. And then like her mother find like throws away her stepmother throws away all her mother's belongings, and um like catches Mio with like a comb that she managed to hide, and she like takes the comb and like stomps on it and breaks it. And like the entire time this stuff is getting recounted, the character Mio is just like, "Oh, it's okay. I deserved this. I don't know what I was thinking trying to dream big and have like a life for myself. I'm such a pathetic poor little person. I deserve everything that happens to me." And it's like, man, dude, they, oh my god. And it's partially like they chose a really good, it is so sad. She's such a poor pathetic little meow meow of a person. Um and like this stuff just like keeps happening to her. Like she just keeps having misfortune is like delivered to her at every opportunity possible. Like it is insane. Like I said, it is almost comical, as in like I'm talking like Greek comedy though, like, right? Like this is a comedy by the gods, to like, it's like a competition to see how bad they can make her life. Um so like she ends up the plot was, it's the marriage part. We're getting to the marriage point. Um there's a She gets married off. She gets it's like set up so that she's like agreed to marry, she's arranged marriage to this guy named Kudo. They call him she calls him Lord Kudo, like constantly, even after things progress, whatever. And this is like this guy is well known to be a terrible person. This is like a harsh lord who every single woman that has been sent to marry him, because this isn't the first arranged marriage he's been a part of, every single woman that is sent to marry him is like runs away, like leaves, abandons this guy, is like, this is too much, I can't stay with this guy, he is a terrible cold-hearted person. And this is what Mio is told, like this is what everybody knows about this guy. So she's basically like being married off to like the worst person, the worst, like most like it from their perspective, the most like, this is like an abusive man that she is getting married off to, which we find out isn't actually the case. This is a big thing with the whole thing, and it's like apparent at the very beginning of this story too. Like, this guy is not like anything like what we're led to believe. And he's not necessarily a nice person, I would say. He's very cold and distant and like standoffish and very blunt about things, but he's not like a bad person. um and it's so crazy because like we have the whole thing where, god, this poor character, this poor Mio, because like, my god, she shows up, and like, so as a Cinderella character, she's used to like doing all the chores. So she's like showing up to this house that she's supposed to marry the guy who owns the place, essentially. And she shows up to this place and she's just like starts doing all the chores and everything. Like, this guy is rich. He has servants, I guess. He has one house servant who's like this old woman who is like, this old woman like comes in and she's like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing chores? You're supposed to be marrying the master of the house. You don't do chores. I do chores." And Mio's like, "Oh no, I do chore. I like doing chores. It makes me useful and everything." And it's just, even the servant lady is like, "Oh my god, this poor woman, this poor girl, um who has entered into my home. She's so sweet, but oh my, what did they do to this poor child?" And I was rewatching part of it because the new season came out. I was rewatching part of it a while back, and it's really interesting how a lot of the characters react to Mio, because like a lot of the first season is just character like Mio just doing stuff, like she just kind of like picks up her life back where she left off, with her like cruel stepmother and everything. So she's just like, she's doing things like, she has only like one kimono, and she is like, has to make repairs to it all the time because she only has the one. So she's like repairing it by herself. And she's just over here like, "Oh, this is just what I do. I'm repairing my kimono because, that's what else would I do?" And everybody's looking at her like, like Lord Kudo's like super rich, right? Like, he has so much, but you don't have to be repairing your kimonos. Like, I can buy you more clothes. And oh man, I love the voice acting in this show too, though. Like, I think the voice acting, and I don't know what it's like in the original Japanese, but the English voice acting for this show is so good, because like the the voice actor for Mio is just so good at like playing her role. There's like scenes later on where, and I can't describe this as any other way, but like, Mio like whimpers when anybody addresses her, in like that, very much like that, I'm a child who's expecting to get hit for doing something out of turn. And it's such a good, tidbit that the voice actor is able to like convey, because like, yeah, they did such a good job with her character because you like can empathize and sympathize with his character so much because of the way, like partially because of the way that she is voice acted. But it's a good series. It ends up not like our main character Mio does like it gets better for her like immediately, kind of. I mean, there's some bad things that happen in between, but like we find out that Lord Kudo is not a bad person. He's actually a pretty stand-up guy. He's just very standoffish and like stoic. Also, I forgot to mention this, but this comes up like in, I think it's like the second episode or so. There's also magic in this world for some reason. It was such a like out of left field thing to have in this show where we're dealing with a character who like it's yeah, I know, right? Like there's magic and not just like little magic too. Like Lord Kudo is like an insanely powerful like magic user. This dude can like call lightning. Like he really like he literally can like throw lightning and like start fires by himself, and it's completely out of left field. It's as out of left field as me like talking to you right now, like telling you about it. That's about as much as we get from this story as well, because like it need more. I need more. I need can I just throw on another steel ingot? I think we can throw on another steel ingot. I'll calculate that in a second. But yeah, there's just magic in this system, and it's so weird and so out of left field for a show that's like supposedly just about like these two characters and like this kind of like Cinderella story of a um this like Cinderella story of a show. Wait, can I do hold on. If I do 12, what is divided by 12? 25. Okay, I can do that. Um it really is just kind of like completely out of left field. But there's a lot of stuff with the magic regarding Mio as well. She's from this family that is supposed to have magic power, like good magic powers, but she doesn't. She doesn't have any magic of her own. That's part of the reason why they sold her off and like abused her so much, is because like she just doesn't have magic, which is so mean. Um, but yeah, there's like magic. Like this whole series, like Lord Kudo is a he's like in the army. He's like a high ranking general in the army. And they fight against these things called grotesqueries, which are just like ghosts, maybe. I'm not 100% sure what they are. They kind of seem to just be ghosts, but I'm not I'm not sure. Like I'm not 100% sure what they are. Uh and oh my god, I've got to talk about this is spoilers for this show, I guess. So I got to talk about some stuff with this show. So it's really just like this one scene. Um Later on, we have a we have a scene where there's this one character who is like Mio's cousin that shows up and is trying to like, because he thinks she might have the magic powers of the family, but he wants to like train her. He wants to like take her away. It's also really weird because he wants to marry her as well, even though they're cousins. And that part never really gets addressed, mostly because he doesn't tell anyone, I guess. But like that's also his intentions. So he's trying to like get her away from Lord Kudo. And okay, this story takes place during the Meiji Restoration period in Japan. So this is taking place during like I don't remember when the Meiji Restoration period happened. It was somewhere around like the late 1800s, I think. Um Early 1900s. I don't remember enough about Japanese history. But it was relatively modern history, right? Like they have cars, they have electricity. They don't have much more than that. It's mostly cars. Um, and so there is some level of technology here, like higher level technology than like a feudal era. So this guy this guy, in order to like get Mio away from Lord Kudo, he like challenges him to a duel, right? He challenges him to a duel. And Lord Kudo agrees to the duel pretty much before like asking any questions about it because he's got magic powers. And he's basically like he's like, "Oh, don't you think it's kind of a bad idea to be challenging me to a duel? I'm like an extremely powerful magic user." And the guy's like, "No, it's okay. I have a gun." Like he just he just pulls out a gun. And it becomes a duel between like Lord Kudo's using his magic because that's the weapon he selected is using magic. Like he can throw lightning bolts and stuff, but this other guy just has a gun. And that's his weapon in the in the duel. And it's like the funniest thing ever. Like it's just a magic like it's this guy brought a gun to a magic fight. And to his credit, it works pretty well. I mean, turns out guns are still guns regardless of if you have magic. And I don't even remember like how that conflict resolves. I just remember it being like the funniest thing possible that this guy just has a gun against somebody who's throwing lightning at him. And I really appreciate that we get more media in like more modern times like that because it's just so funny, like more like fantasy media, because it's just so funny the concept of there being people that have like actual magic and somebody just pulls out a gun. It's a fun show. Well, actually, okay, I take that back. Actually not a fun show. It's actually like explicitly not very fun. Mio is constantly in a state of like she's like in constantly in a fight or flight stage, like all the time. But it's a pretty good show. I need to watch the newest season. Um, but hmm, another show that I've been watching. You know, about half an hour left, so I'll probably be able to get through most of this. Or I don't know. It depends on how in depth I get into the show. So Castlevania, a really really good show. If you haven't already seen the original, they did the original series right based off of the games. It's all based off of the games. Castlevania, and then oh yeah, have you seen the second series? Because they had Castlevania and the original series ended and they finished all of the original series and then they have Castlevania Nocturne and that's the new series, the second series which follows a different Belmont and and that one just got a second season and I'm about halfway through the second season of Nocturne. Okay. I won't spoil too much about Nocturne then or Castlevania since it's a good enough series to watch. I don't even know if I have too much. I mostly it's mostly just Nocturne that I've been watching recently. Nocturne's a really fun series. Um, let's see. Let me pick up some of these rocks that are lying around while I'm talking. I guess. Nocturne's been really fun. They've been doing a lot of interesting stuff with the characters in there. I like a lot of the characters in Nocturne. They have some really good ones. Oh my god, there's this if you get around to watching Nocturne, you'll see there's this one character who's really cool in Nocturne. He's a vampire and but he is an Aztec vampire, which is so cool. So the story with him, I mean, you can infer this from the fact that he's an Aztec vampire. Um, but the story with him is that when the Spanish came to the New World, uh, there were also some vampires with them, and oh yeah, like JoJo's vampires. Um, and so when the Spanish uh came over to the New World, they had some vampires with them, and like it gets revealed later on that this guy was like actually in like Tenochtitlan, and when like Cortez, I guess it was Cortez, showed up, and he was like there for the fall of the Aztec Empire, which is a really cool concept for a character. And he also like he got turned into a vampire during that whole thing. And he has like really cool ways that his powers manifest, which are very different because um he's Aztec instead of like being a more like your standard Western style vampire. Like his he can transform, and this is like right as soon as you meet the character, is like how you first meet him. He can transform, and he turns into Quetzalcoatl to fight sometimes. I think I only remember him doing it the one time, but he can do it. And his character is just very very different and very interesting compared to your other vampires. And I really like the different influences, and I like the fact that they kind of acknowledge how it would be vampirism would be like different for different cultures. Uh he's my favorite. Uh but yeah, it is a lot like the JoJo vampires because they're Aztec vampires too, especially the ones from part 2. Oh yeah. Aztec mythology is so cool. Um I it's let me see. One of the things, and this is something that I don't think people talk about enough when it comes to Aztec culture, but did you know that like the ancient Aztec city of the ancient Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, that's just Mexico City nowadays. Like they took the ancient city and just like that's what evolved into Mexico City eventually. And it's crazy that you don't really hear it get brought up. Like I don't think I ever really heard too many people talk about how like kind of that's really cool, isn't it? When you think about it. Like imagine the capital of your country is the former capital of the Aztec Empire. That's so cool. Um so there's also I really like the imagery too because they have the I know Mexico has a lot of the imagery of the that myth of I don't know too much about how much of the old city remains. I do know that part of it's causing problems for Mexico City actually. So the Aztecs were like crazy good engineers, like comparatively so good at engineering for their time and for like their tech level. They were really good at engineering, which is really helpful because they were also pretty religious. Tunis is not too far from Carthage. Yeah, no, Rome is also another. A lot of those other ones in that section of Europe is also really cool. I mean, like what Greece probably still has tons of ancient cities, and a lot of that stuff. But I mean, I think it's really cool because like the Aztecs, like um, well, I guess Carthage is really cool too because Carthage doesn't really exist in much of an official capacity anymore either, does it? Yeah, no, those are all like really cool. Yeah. Well, I mean like Greece itself, like the country itself, like the ancient Greeks weren't really like they didn't have like a as much of like an identity as Greek so much as they had identities with like their own city states. But like the cool thing with Mexico City is like I said, the Aztecs were really good engineers, but they were also like pretty religious and not super good at picking out locations, I guess. Because you see that the imagery with Mexico City. Um, really, it was. I hadn't heard of that. That I hadn't considered looking into that kind of stuff um as much. That's really I should look into some of that stuff because I know there were also some really big uh Native American, Indigenous American cities around the Mississippi River and like near in like what is now Mississippi. So I wonder how many of those cities survived in some capacity to become newer cities. I haven't given enough thought to it to like research it myself. I really should at some point. Yeah. Yeah, because that's like how that's how a lot of those cultures manifested or how they did it. They didn't really have those capital cities. Yeah. Yeah, if I remember correctly, like they had like there was a big confederation near like the Mississippi River that like you said, it's not so much of a because like a lot of those cultures were much more nomadic, so they didn't necessarily have cities so much as they had like giant like areas where they all just met up, right? Yeah, I have to hmm I'll have to look into some of that stuff. That sounds really cool. Um I'll have to look into more of those. But hold on, I gotta finish my story about Tenochtitlan because that imagery with if you've ever seen the Mexican imagery of the eagle that's eating the snake on top of the cactus, that is a no, it's okay, you're fine. I don't mind, you talk as much as you want. I just need to finish this before I address your points. um uh the that imagery of that eagle eating the snake, that was like part of their mythology. Was like they had a myth that they would that was where they would kind of like find their like holy land, or like where they're not, maybe not holy land, but like that would be like a message from the gods almost telling them where to build their city. And so like the Aztecs who settled in that area, they saw that image of the eagle eating the snake and everything, and so they decided this is where we're going to put our capital. This is going to be the capital for our civilization. And um and so that's where they decided to build Tenochtitlan. And the issue was that um they chose a swamp. Like the area where that myth got fulfilled was like a swamp area, a marsh. And um traditionally, historically speaking, not a very good place to build a city, right? Swamps are like one of the worst places to build a city because, you build anything that's made out of anything other than wood, it's going to sink into the marsh eventually, right? Like stone structures sink into swamps. And but it ended up being like a crazy like it ended up allowing them to, well, maybe not allowing, but it shows how like good of engineers they were, because they ended up they made it work. They made this big city in a swamp despite all the difficulties that come with that, just so they could like fulfill their religious prophecy, which is so cool. Like such a great feat of engineering. The only issue is it is causing problems for Mexico City because Mexico City is still currently sinking into the swamp. It's like a huge engineering issue that Mexico City has to deal with. Like that city is legitimately like sinking into the ground. It's like getting shorter as the years go on. And they're having to try and like find ways to work through all that and like engineer around it. Okay, let's see. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that, but chosen by man. I'm not good at pronouncing Norse names, so I'm not going to bother. He threw two logs into the water and settled where they landed. The two logs are symbols of the Norse creation story. Oh yeah, I didn't know that part. I do know a little bit about Norse mythology. I did review some of the creation story where is that what it is? Because I remember the Norse creation story is something like after they killed the whatever, I think it was a frost giant, they they made the hmm, engulfer and Arneson. So Ulfer and Arneson. That's cool. Um so I remember a bit of the Norse mythology because that was where they killed the frost giant and then they like what was it? They took his skull cap to make the sky and his blood was the ocean and his flesh became the dirt and then they carved the first humans out of driftwood that they found on the shore. And From what you're saying, it sounds like those were the oh that was the oh okay, so that's the creation of the nine realms. I'm probably getting it mixed up with Greek mythology to be fair, because I'm pretty sure that Greek mythology had the had something so I think it was Greek mythology um where they made them out of driftwood or something. They're pretty they're fairly similar, and I don't know if it could be one of those things where I know that like it's hard talking about Norse mythology because we actually don't know a whole lot about pre-Christian Norse mythology. Okay, I gotta get some of this. What do I need the black steel for? Oh, I need to fuse the black steel to the red steel, don't I? Yeah, which actually I need 7. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of just waiting on things to produce while we're hanging out. Um, yeah, I had a book. The giant story is from Norse mythology. I know that I know they killed the frost giant at some point because I know like what was it? The Norse the creation was like um there was a cow. Yeah, I think what it was is there was a cow. Yeah, because I think in the beginning they just had the fire and the frost realm. And then there was a cow that like licked a bunch of frost giants out of a salt lick. And um then like something happened and then Odin and the rest of them killed the frost giant because I think Odin and his siblings came out of like the frost giant's armpits and then they killed him and used his body to I guess make the rest of the nine realms. And then the Greek world, let's see, the Greek world is created by multiple titans. I know that there's a lot of similarities between the some of the Greek and the Norse myth, which is why I'm getting so confused because like you had the Norse mythology, the Odin and his siblings killed Ymir, and in the Greek mythology, um, Zeus killed his father Cronus and did stuff with that afterwards. I don't remember. I had a I had a book on Norse mythology at one point where I read a lot of my Norse mythology stuff from uh for a lot of Greek mythology and also some of my Norse mythology. If you guys ever heard of a channel called Jake W, I really like his videos on mythology and he has a lot of really good ones on Greek and Norse mythology. Um my favorite thing I love Norse mythology, and my favorite thing about Norse mythology is that they have a name for like literally everything, like a specific name. Because I remember, I'm sure everybody's familiar with the story where what is it? Everybody's familiar with Valhalla and everything, right? But they have a they have that big feast every day before they go out and fight with each other. and they have that giant that boar that they kill, and it it regenerates its flesh every day. And they have a that boar has a specific name, and also the cauldron that they cook the boar in also has a specific name. Let's see. It's the same story. They found Ask and Umbla from the water and carved a man and woman. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I heard about those. That's really sad because I I never really read a whole lot of Neil Gaiman stuff, but he was such a great friend to Terry Pratchett. So I kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt there, and he seemed like such a nice guy. But yeah, unfortunate. Let's see. Yeah, but Cronus just yeah, I know Cronus. I'm pretty sure like they castrated Cronus and threw his testicles into the ocean, and that's where the goddess Aphrodite comes from, which is really interesting because she's like the only one that wouldn't have been like or one of the only ones that wouldn't have been like a child at any point, which does make sense if you are making a goddess of love and especially like sexual love. So it's very interesting that they never really made her. They made it so that she was never a child. Um, yeah, I was going to say like that. I was going to say she was the only one, but I remembered specifically Athena and Dionysus because Athena was she formed like in Zeus and like came out fully formed out of his forehead, and then Dionysus got grafted onto Zeus's thigh after he after the mother got vaporized. Also, why Odin is All Father because he breathed life into man and woman. That makes sense. I also think I wonder how much of that was influenced by I wonder how much that specific part about him about that is like him I wonder how much of it gets influenced by Christianity. There were a lot of Christian influences on what we know as Norse mythology nowadays, and because there's also parallels with Odin has parallels with Jesus as well. This is something in what is it? There's a show on Netflix called Twilight of the Gods. Rated for adults only. Don't watch it if you're a kid. Twilight of the Gods kind of mentions this where there's a scene it depicts the scene where Odin hangs himself on the tree. Um he hangs himself on the tree to get the knowledge of runic magic, and Twilight of the Gods points out how like that is very similar to depictions of Jesus on the cross. As a Swede, all those old Norse names are funny because they're mostly still intelligible. That's really cool. um yeah. uh yeah, I do often wonder about like other languages sometimes and how like their stuff carries over um into like the modern era, because like with English we kind of took so many things from so many different sources that it's really difficult to understand the pronunciations sometimes, because like when it comes to English, and I took a linguistics class that talks about this a lot, but when it comes to English, um eh, did I oh no, these need to be pounded. um I took a linguistics class and it showed how like English takes a lot of words from Greek, Latin, we have Germanic roots for words, and French, and like there was a part of the linguistics class where we had to kind of like look at words and guess what language they came from, and it was really fun because you can see like the different roots and everything. Yeah, it really is. um Yeah, no, it really is. And that's why so many people have so many problems with learning English. It's why it's such a difficult language to learn if you didn't start with English, because like there are so many there are so many different ways to pronounce the exact same letters, and they don't necessarily follow a whole lot of logic unless you really know about about English and like the deeper stuff about its roots and everything, because like you can like know how to pronounce a word as long as you know what root it came from, and then it's easy. But if you don't know anything about the different roots, it can be very difficult. So it's not the most friendly language, except, oh wait, rabbit. I need that rabbit. I've got a secret plan for the rabbit, but I'm gonna steal this guy. All right, I'm gonna go hide this guy in the baby room. I've got it's a secret tool that will help us later, but I've got a plan for this rabbit, and it's gonna be very fun. But I'm going to keep it a secret for now because it's something I want to do. I'm gonna do it next week. History student and because of the weight of the events on the modern world. Interesting. I do think that I remember hearing somebody mention something about that date in particular, but what exactly is it about that date that that causes so much influence? I'm getting this rabbit and put him in the baby room where he'll be safe in the baby room. I have I'm interested. I'm quite an academic, honestly. I study a lot of different fields. So I have like general knowledge about most things, but I don't have like hyper specific knowledge on many things. Okay, get in there. I'm gonna go find another rabbit. Uh, let's see. I know I want to go find another rabbit. I just remembered that I had a plan. And it's going to involve though. It's going to involve a couple rabbits. I also want to look at. I wanted to check something for some train stuff. I wanted. How do I make these seats? Okay, that's easy. Okay. Auto mod got a little overzealous with that term. Um, let's see. Battle of Hastings. You know, I understand Battle of Hastings as a no, it's okay. It's not your fault. Um, I have the auto moderator set to like the strictest, or like I have it set pretty strict, just so that because it's well, I mean, I feel like it's just more prudent to have it more strict, but sometimes it can get pretty strict with the terms. I haven't had anyone say any terms. I haven't had the auto mod caught anyone that said anything that I don't want them to, but sometimes it does. Like my favorite one was the auto moderator when it's set to the higher settings. Um, it caught out the word sack, like, because that's like a sexual term, I guess. It caught out sack because somebody was talking about like a sack of something, but the auto mod caught it, and I had to let that term through. um yeah, that was I remember that William, the Battle of Hastings, and I know William the Conqueror. um I'm not super up on my like on a lot of European history. Um, so it's one of the places I'm a little bit weaker at when it comes. Well, okay, I know European history. It's just not much from that period of time. Uh, but yeah, I let's see. Oh man, we only have about 5 minutes left in stream. Uh, I would love to learn more though. Um, I guess now is a good time to start with my spiel. I okay, okay, I got that. Um, so we are coming up on the end of our stream. I stream for 4 hours a day on weekdays. So if you want to continue having conversations like this, and you need and you want to know when I go live, feel free to give me a follow. Um, we do talk about a lot of different things on this stream. Like I mentioned before, I'm fairly well versed in quite a variety of topics. So just about any topic that you want to talk about. I will find interesting probably. Uh, so um, yes, not just Avatar: The Last Airbender. We talked a lot about Avatar: The Last Airbender on this stream. Um, I try to find things to talk about because um, I don't want the streams to be boring. Obviously, let's see. Anglo-Saxons lost, and William brought his Norman, Norse, French over and made it the language of the government. Time and merged into that is very that I had William lost the world could have been. I that is a good point. I know enough about the vagueness. I vaguely know enough about what you're talking about to agree with that. Yeah, English. Yeah, that is crazy. That would it would be really different if William the Conqueror hadn't won. Yeah, it would have been very different. I mean, yeah, it'd be very different as English wouldn't exist. Yeah, I think yeah, that is crazy. It definitely wouldn't exist in the capacity that we know it as. I'm sure it probably would there'd probably be a lot of other influence. Normans were just Vikings who came over and were scary to the French king. Interesting. I think I have some ancestry from some of that parts, the Normans and whatnot. Uh yeah, dude, the Norse, the Vikings and everything were and that whole group, it was really crazy because like the Normans were they also one of the groups that the Romans paid off to like be mercenaries? I remember hearing I know like some of the Germanic tribes got that treatment, but I could have sworn some of the Norse tribes and maybe it was the Normans that were paid mercenaries for the Romans. But I don't remember. Oh, is it? Okay. I was also thinking that because I thought Rome was a little bit earlier. Normandy and your dad's British. That's cool. Yeah, yeah, dates are the biggest issue for me. I'm not very good at remembering the exact dates that that things happen, unfortunately. I can generally keep track of it, but like especially when we start getting into like stuff that's back before like uh the year 1000, dates start to get a little bit fuzzy. I don't even remember when the Roman Emperor Empire fell, actually, now that I think about it. I know the Roman Empire rose about, I mean obviously it was there during like the turn of the timing or the counting system before 0 what BCE or AD, whatever you want to call it, because obviously, okay, that does make sense. I know a little bit, about a couple things around that time period just because at the time I was researching some stuff about like Chinese history too, and looking at like how long their empire's been around. China's been around in like some capacity since like I think it was 600 BCE. And there's rumors that it could have been before that. Or maybe 600 BCE was the rumor age. I have to go back and look that up. Uh yeah, I think the more recent stuff I've been studying has been like Chinese history and stuff. There's been some really cool things with that, like with the Warring Kingdoms period and because like okay, the main reason is because I'm a pretty big fan of philosophy, um and a lot of Chinese philosophy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know there's some people like if you ever watch that channel Kurtzagat, they do their calendar differently, and they have it basically like it's basically just the same thing, but with an extra like 8,000 years added onto it because of that they start their calendar at when like the idea of agriculture roughly came about. Yeah. Yeah, I did know a little bit about that with the because like some of the stuff in the Bible kind of shows that Jesus would have been born like earlier, definitely not around Christmas because they kind of just took the pre-existing like winter festivals and decided to roll that into Christmas, which whatever, I guess. I guess who cares when you celebrate a birthday? Okay, but we're actually this has been great talking to you guys. But I do have this is the end of my stream. This is we just hit 4 hours on our session, so I do have to leave. 4 hours streaming is quite a long time. Like I said, um, Hertz. Uh, I knew that it was German for in a nutshell. Oh, there's no way I'm gonna be able to pronounce that. Oh no, Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt. Oh, okay. Kurzgesagt. Yeah. Okay, I'll have to try to remember that pronunciation. Uh, yeah. It's a good channel on YouTube. You might like them. I don't know. They don't do a lot of history stuff, so maybe you wouldn't be as interested in them. They're more of like they're more interested in philosophy and stuff. Okay. Um I got to do my ending spiel. You guys are too interesting. um Okay, I stream 5 days a week for 4 hours. Take whatever time it is now and subtract 4 hours, and you'll get whatever time I start streaming. If you want to continue to hear from me and you want to know when I go live, please make sure to give a follow if you're not already following. Like I said, you can follow and you'll get a notification whenever I go live, and you can see my schedule and everything. Down below, I will also have some uh, I have some links to some other stuff, social media. I have a YouTube channel where I upload these videos, these streams, 2 weeks after the stream. So if you're interested in going back and seeing some of the progress through the rest of our for the rest of our world, um, be sure to go and check that out. The new videos they drop at when I stop streaming. So there should be a new video that just came out. I also have my Blue Sky account. I don't use it very much, but it will be where you can hear from me if I ever can't go live or something has to change with my schedule. Okay. Thank you all for joining me. I love having you guys here. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with me. I will see you all tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye, everyone.